never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
The monthly federal deficit was a record-setting $249 billion in November, $57 billion wider than the same month last year, as Republican control of the House puts the government's finances back in the political spotlight. The federal government spent $501 billion last month, a $28 billion increase to a record high, while tax revenue dropped. Adjusting for calendar differences in last year's tax receipts, government tax revenue was down $13 billion compared with last November. Student loan borrowers are holding their breath to see if they'll actually get what the Biden administration promised. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in February to help it decide whether the forgiveness policy is an overreach of executive power or if it causes harm to plaintiffs. Historically, the court has typically ruled in line with public opinion. A case gone cold for 34 years may finally see justice.
The suspect in the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, is back in lockup after making an appearance in a D.C. court. The elderly Libyan man faces 2 counts of destruction of an aircraft resulting in death. An explosion on board killed all 270 on board, including 190 Americans, many of which who were students flying home for Christmas after a semester abroad. I'm Tim Berg.
A major winter storm that blanketed the Sierra Nevada mountains of California will bring severe weather to the plains and the south over the next several days. More than 15 million people in at least 14 states were put under some sort of winter weather alert as a result. This is USA Radio News.
If your company stayed open during COVID, I have some great news for you. Government funds are available to reward companies who stayed open during the challenging time. Now, this is not a loan, and you do not have to pay it back. Your hard work to stay open could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidpayment.com. You heard that correct, up to $26,000 per employee. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the tax experts at covidpayment.com. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. If you have 5 or more employees, let covidpayment.com help get you up to $26,000 per employee. Visit covidpayment.com. That's covidpayment.com. covidpayment.com.
The City of Angels has new leadership.
Karen Bass was sworn in as the 43rd mayor of Los Angeles Sunday in a historic inauguration, becoming the first woman to lead the City of Angels.
The first act as mayor will be to declare a state of emergency on homelessness. A state of emergency on homelessness.
Bass was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris, and nearly every major city official in California attended the ceremony. I'm Lance Pry.
Dining out is having a moment as uneven food inflation makes eating at restaurants a relative bargain compared to cooking at home. That could benefit Olive Garden parent Darden Restaurants, which also owns Longhorn Steakhouse. In its last quarter, the faux Italian icon saw sales rise 6% from last year. We'll see whether that holds up when Darden reports on Friday. Country music star John Rich, conservative commentator Larry Elder, and retired neurosurgeon Dr. Ben Carson have purchased First State Bank, Oklahoma's first and oldest bank, and will rename the financial institution Old Glory Bank. According to a press release, the company will, quote, never cancel law-abiding customers for their beliefs or for exercising their lawful rights of free speech. For USA Radio News, this is Victoria Idoni.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're we're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, well, would you look at that? We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So we've officially closed out a Monday. And we will do so respectively from time zone to time zone across the country as we work our way into a Tuesday, 13th day of December. Counting down to Christmas. All right, so the hard part behind us, right? Got to get back to the old grind because we all love Mondays. Captain Ron's favorite day of the week. So I hope your week's off to a good start. I know for many of the drivers out there, technically Monday's the first night back out on the road. So many of you just beginning your work week here. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Looking at 34 degrees outside the bunker. A cool night, but it is mid-December. Could be a lot worse. Well, we could be out in the likes of, say, Montana or Wyoming, where the temperatures are dropping and will continue to drop. Been talking for nearly a week now. It was like last Wednesday, Thursday. Forecasters began highlighting the possibility of what they were describing as a monster storm that would be impacting much of the country, literally from the west coast to the east before all is said and done. That storm has already dumped some heavy snow out west. The Sierra Nevada in California buried. Now the storm's emerging out of the Rockies, and as anticipated, right on cue, forecasters did tell us by Monday night into Tuesday, there would be a severe weather threat really beginning to ramp up. And of course, on the northern flank of the storm, some big-time winter weather travel issues are going to be widespread over a large area. Now, let's start off. I'm looking at the map here. They've expanded the blizzard warning conditions from northeastern portions of Colorado, much of western Nebraska, eastern Wyoming, much of western South Dakota. Those are all blizzard warning areas. A much broader area of winter storm warnings enveloping much of Colorado, eastern Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, on over into parts of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin. There's also an area of pretty significant icing concern. We're seeing our first ice storm warning stretching from eastern South Dakota over into southwestern Minnesota and northwestern Iowa. We're going to see a little bit of everything as far as wintry weather is concerned as this storm really begins to get underway. Now, the first severe weather just began to break out about 3 hours ago. We've seen some showers and thunderstorms coming together, but this is actually going to be pretty much through the overnight hours, a nocturnal threat of severe weather and tornadoes. That's where I'm going to start here from AccuWeather. The headline, dangerous nocturnal severe threat has begun as a line of severe thunderstorms pushes through portions of the Texas-Oklahoma panhandles. Forecasters are once again urging residents have multiple ways to receive vital weather warnings. Several tornado warnings have already been issued, And activity is actually going to continue through the overnight hours through dawn on Tuesday. Now, severe thunderstorms, especially those that can produce tornadoes, are particularly dangerous during the overnight hours. Of course, darkness obscures the location of any storms. Many people will be asleep in the area of concern. They may miss out on life-saving information if they don't have a plan in place to be woke up. The threat for severe weather is going to continue to expand eastward through the overnight hours, eventually reaching central portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, potentially northeastern Texas. It looks like our first tornado warning, as I mentioned, was issued a little over 3 hours ago. That was for the far northern Texas panhandle and the southern Oklahoma panhandle. Yeah, of course, that first warning was about 8:45 p.m. Additional tornado warnings have since been issued. There's actually one active warning right now in south central portions of Kansas. Got several lines of showers and thunderstorms, but again, the strongest area of storms now located, again, south central Kansas, east of Dodge City. But that line right there has a history of producing several tornado warnings. Don't have any word of they've actually touched down or not. From there, you've got a good line of showers and thunderstorms from right about Woodward, Oklahoma, south of Woodward, extending all the way down to just east of Plainview, Texas. That's much of the eastern Texas panhandle region. More activity extending all the way up through Hays, Kansas, on up into Lexington, Nebraska, the rain in North Platte. You're probably going to see a transition from rain to snow in that area because that's where you're getting into the blizzard warning areas. Could be kind of a topsy-turvy, wild, crazy night tonight. All right, so let's start with our blizzard side of the storm. Our forecasters tell us more than a foot of snow, strong winds, blizzard conditions for many in the northern plains to start the week. Then, of course, later this week, this storm's going to shift east yet again. Could be talking some substantial amounts of snow in parts of the Midwest and eventually the northeastern USA. Source of the snow. This is the storm that moved ashore in the Pacific states over the weekend. We saw heavy rain for coastal California, heavy snow for many of the inland regions of the Intermountain West. Following your typical storm track, this system's going to shift east into the plains overnight tonight into Tuesday. As I mentioned, blizzard warnings are now in effect for parts of 5 states, specifically western Nebraska, northeast Colorado, western South Dakota, southeastern Montana, and eastern Wyoming. National Weather Service has also issued winter storm warnings for a larger part of the northern plains, while winter storm watches extend all the way into parts of the upper Midwest. This is a very potent area of low pressure that's kind of developing over Colorado and Kansas tonight, beginning to pull in some of that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, combining that with bitterly cold air from the polar regions in Canada. You put the two together, a major snowstorm is in the cards from Colorado to Minnesota on into midweek here. And then, of course, the severe weather threat across the southern states. Now, as we look at later Tuesday through Wednesday morning, that's probably where we're going to see the worst of this system. Snowfall rates coming down at several inches per hour in some of the most impacted spots. Winds continuing to strengthen in excess of 60 miles per hour in some areas. You combine the high winds and the heavy snow, that's where we have our blizzard warnings in place. Snow continues to expand eastward as the storm continues to strengthen into Tuesday night and Wednesday. Yes, snow begins to fly across Minnesota, Wisconsin, before the sun comes up on Wednesday morning. In those areas, the warm air ahead of the storm may be a little more stubborn. So you're not only going to be talking snow, but ice for an area. much of central and southern Minnesota. They're now anticipating a heavy glaze of ice, which will be more impactful than the snowfall. Anything a tenth of an inch of ice could be just hazardous travel conditions. And, of course, in those ice storm warnings where the significant accretion occurs, obviously we'll be talking tree branches snapping, power lines coming down, and, of course, even a little bit of ice can lead to real traffic incidents, slipping and sliding, people falling on the sidewalks and the steps. Where there isn't an icy mix, the snow will be coming down quickly and heavily. 6+ inches for, say, Duluth, Minnesota, Rhinelander, Wisconsin, Marquette, Michigan, before all is said and done. There is a zone, they tell us, where we could be talking 1 to 2 feet of snowfall in some of the hardest hit areas. Undoubtedly, in those areas, travel will become pretty much impossible during the height of the storm. They had been advising folks in those areas to, by right about now, by Monday night, you probably want to be in a place where you can maybe park it and ride out the storm. In addition to the high snow totals, this storm's going to last for several days, not letting up till probably Thursday or Friday. So it may take an unusually lengthy amount of time for travel conditions to improve. Some of our major interstates, I-90, 94, will likely be closed for a period of time, as the crews will not be able to keep up with the heavy snowfall rates. So as I mentioned, we're going to have a lot to cover as we make our way into a Tuesday. All right, there you go. Hope your week's off to a good start. Round the country, 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of our listening friends who's checking in via Facebook out of the box here, and lots to cover as we get things underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With the anticipated travel issues, obviously, weather was even one of the top headlines in the trucking industry headlines. From CDL Life, winter storm will hit much of southeast Wyoming, the Nebraska Panhandle. Intense winds and intensely cold wind chills. That bad weather gets underway through the overnight hours and continues to probably at least Thursday of this week. Prolonged event starting late evening in Carbon County, expanding east to the I-25 corridor in the northeast panhandle of Nebraska early Tuesday, continuing into late Wednesday. Winds increase from the north-northwest early Tuesday, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, continuing to ramp up through the afternoon, gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour. Whiteout conditions are expected from falling and blowing snow. Snow drifts 1 to 2 feet are probable. The prolonged cold temperatures, wind chills, will drop well below zero to the negative teens by Tuesday morning, later this morning. I said, it's 34 outside the bunker. It's a whole lot colder out there in that part of the country. In those kind of temperatures, those kind of wind chills, frostbite could easily be possible if you're exposed for not a lengthy period of time. So you're going to have to be layered up. Confidence is high of an impacting winter storm and high winds causing localized blizzard conditions. Snowfall amounts may vary, but travel impacts are undoubtedly going to occur. There's going to be a sharp snow gradient, say just near north of Cheyenne, Wyoming, and points to the north and east. So there's going to be that zone where you may pick 1.5, 2 feet of snow up. Other areas not that far away may end up with just a few inches. That's what they mean by the sharp gradient or cutoff line. Good morning to Philly Dan. He says, good morning to all. Stay safe. He's going to jump over to the app. So he just jumped on Facebook to say, howdy ho. Good morning from Rochester, New York. It's Rocket. I have no idea what the temperature is. I'm flat on my back. Okay, hope you're feeling all right. Everybody have a good night. Stay safe and enjoy. Thank you very much, Ronald. Heat wave, good morning from Joseph City, Arizona. Clouds, kind of alternating snow showers. We're right about 33 degrees. Headed for Albuquerque. All right, copy the mail, 5-7. Mary Ann, good morning, Steve. Good morning, overnight crew. And Merry Christmas once again to everyone. Stay safe. Happy Tuesday, says Tom. Good to have you with us there, Tom. Is it Taco Tuesday? A lot of folks say that. Happy Taco Tuesday. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. I'm out of the woods and back in the saddle. No deer, but a lot of empty cans. I know what you're talking about there. What were your priorities there, Larry? Sorry you didn't catch one, though. A little bit of rain in South Dakota tonight, according to Chris there. Frank says, I'm already ready for spring. You know what? I'm right there in your camp. Frank, good to have you on board. So others will be checking in as we get things underway here on a Tuesday morning. All right, we'll give you more on the traveler's weather coming up here. Let me jump over to get an email from No Handle Dave this past day. Thank you for the information. I'm trying to pull it up here. Steve, drivers need to be aware of this. They're going to be traveling around Indianapolis. Yeah, this is the main detour route for the I-70, I-65 North Split closure. Anybody wanting to avoid this, my suggestion would be going west is to take 65 north, from 465 on the south side to 70 west, back over to 465. Going east, I'd take 70 east to 65 south, back to 465. Yeah, this will cut out that southwest corner of I-465, where there's going to be closures, big-time backups. Yeah, this is just another example of the great planning Indiana did when preparing for the North Split closure. During this nearly 2-year closure of the North Split, they've replaced almost every bridge going over I-465 on the south side of Indy. Again, this is the main detour for the North Split project. Way to go, Indiana. Anyway, glad to hear you're feeling a bit better. Looking forward to listening to the podcast later today. So all the drivers out there, stay safe. That's No Handle Dave. Yeah, the link that he shared in regards to that project. It's the I-69 Finish Line project that will be causing 20-minute stoppages on 465 between State Road 37 and Harding Street. Yeah, that starts tonight. It continues on Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah, drivers should expect intermittent traffic stoppages from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Now, this is about working on power lines. Crews are going to be removing existing lines. Drivers, slow down and stay alert as traffic conditions could change rapidly. Yeah, things will be running along smooth, and all of a sudden you've got stopped traffic, right? Once the existing lines have been removed and replaced with new ones, crews will install a new traffic signal at the Man Road Bridge. A single lane at Carson Avenue on I-465 will be closed for crews to work on the road shoulders as well. Yeah, this is the I-69 Finish Line, upgrading the final section of the Interstate 69 connection between Evansville and Indianapolis. All right, news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Federal Reserve is expected on Wednesday to raise interest rates for the 7th time this year. The U.S. Central Bank will likely approve a half-point percentage point hike. Student loan borrowers are holding their breath to see if they'll actually get what the Biden administration promised. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in February to help it decide whether the forgiveness policy is an overreach of executive power or if it causes harm to plaintiffs. The president spoke outside Washington at a ceremony marking the 76th anniversary of Toys for Tots, which is run by the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve.
This program gives so much more than just gifts. It gives hope. You give community, and you are the inspiration that lasts a lifetime.
This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here if you want to jump on in. As we get things started, it's 844-844-3388. Let's get to the Rubber Duck. Hey there, Rubber Duck. How we doing?
Hold on, let me get out of here, Steve. Oh, boy. Oh. Sorry about that. You caught me at the bad time.
Oh, go figure.
I was enjoying Dad's last beer, buddy.
So you're checking in from
That's what it was.
Down in Florida, I guess, right? You did make it down over the weekend?
Checking in from Daytona in my shorts and my T-shirt with no long underwear on December what? Oh, my God, this is great. However,
yeah,
there's no way none of us could ever live down here. This real estate is just so freaking ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be down here to help Mom. I don't think I can do it. Even if I got a house and she lived with us. It's crazy.
Well, I got
when you look at the ads and what they want to pay. I went up and I applied at a record company up here, okay?
Yeah.
One of the supposed biggest is on I-95. Been driving with a CDL since 91. Been towing since 1985. Clean record, no accidents, no nothing. $20 an hour.
Wow.
40 hours a week.
Big bucks.
Do we do any overtime? Yeah, we do any overtime? No, I'll give you 25% anything you do after 5 o'clock. Yeah, big bucks. Big bucks. It sucks, man. Because we need everybody to do these jobs. We have to have them to keep the roads open, to keep everything going. I know everything's going up for everybody. Trust me, I work for a guy that's got 2 trucks. I pray to God that my fuel card, when I stick in the pump, I put $800 in, it works. I know it will because he set himself up in the last 15 years to be able to absorb something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not much more like this you can absorb. You know, but it's wow. Bengals won yesterday. The Ravens won. They beat the Steelers. Man, I was surrounded by Steeler fans. I kind of had to go over and hide at Mom's house. I didn't want them to know, you know. But it's nice down here. It's man, your dad. I didn't know we had so much work to do after our dads passed, bro. I kind of selfishly said that our fathers prepare us or try to prepare us for everything, to have children, to be the man of the house, to lead, do everything. And I really selfishly said to myself, I said, you know what? The only thing you guys don't prepare us for is when you pass. Actually, I was wrong when I said that. That was probably the most audacious thing that ever could come out of my mouth.
Oh.
Our fathers have spent all their lives preparing us sons to be the men to step up, to be able to be here and do this. And not take the place, but to lead and to get the family. Because, oh my God, I'm getting ready to get attacked. I got 3 half-sisters from his first marriage getting ready to come in. And he told me, he says, this is going to get stupid. He actually prepared me for this. But like I said, it's something as a father of 4 kids in the first marriage and 3 other ones that I love to death. Grandfather of 7. All we can do is pass everything our dad did to us off to us. And that's kind of how I took my truck driving. All the old guys that taught me everything I could do about a truck, be it a tow truck or car hauler or freight box or whatever, a dump trailer. God, I remember when I didn't know how to do those. That scared the snot out of me. But if it wasn't for the older, more experienced people sharing their wisdom and their knowledge for free, that's the only way I got where I'm getting. And all I can ask is anybody that's coming in behind me, and that's a lot of y'all, and I got a lot of y'all as friends on Facebook, take 2 seconds and help each other out, please. Don't make fun of people on social media. Don't laugh at them. Don't belittle them. Be the bigger person. Remember where you were at 20, 30 years ago. Please. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go that way.
Well, if everybody has to start somewhere, you are correct. I mean, when you're first getting behind the wheel, it takes time. It takes years of experience to get good at the job.
Some of these guys, unfortunately, I lose patience with them, and then I realize, hold on a minute, they might have not had the right training, because these companies really don't care about training these kids. You can pass a test, you can get a license, we're going to put you in a truck. And that's not fair to these kids. I mean, I had old guys that they made me ride with them 3 months, 4 months, from Pennsylvania down to Kentucky, through the mountains on 68 and 79. I actually got yanked out of the truck because I was driving too slow in the snow going down the mountain. That's what the boss man said.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. But actually, he taught me how to do it. Taught me how to go down the road and keep control of it. He had to break me or something, because I was from California when I went to work for him. I had never drove in the snow other than going up over the Grapevine. I threw chains one time back in the day when I moved over there. But these guys, everybody, people, the whole world is just too fast to judge people and laugh and poke fun, and it's not right. I found something out about my dad. For 5 years before he moved to this place, he came over and he was their chaplain every day. I didn't know my dad was that close to God. To be honest with you, Steve, I did not. My dad and I did not get along. We fought. I went in the Army because I couldn't go to college, and I thought he was going to turn. I had to do something to make him proud, so I went in the Army. I didn't have to do that. All I had to do was have kids and be a dad and be what he taught me to be proud. That's what he told me last Monday when he talked to me right before I went to bed last Monday night, making a promise to the Lord, if he's in pain, take him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But, please, guys, let's stop flying down the road like everything depends on every freaking second. Please, let's slow down a little bit. Let's help each other out. Let's remember what the bozo and what Steve and what we are all about. It's about the brotherhood, people. It's about taking care of each other. It's about my brother Horse Feathers up there with the tanker in Baltimore. And I swear I've run into him before. I know I have. And everybody else out there. Wild Bill hauling his oversized load after his heart attacks coming back. We are a diverse family because we're never home and we're never together in the same place. But we do the same thing, which makes us family. And I've seen that here with this little community as he brought them together and taught the chapel service and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to go that with the show, but all I'm trying to preach is the brotherhood.
No.
Take care of each other. Do not turn your back on another man. Do not laugh at another man. Please help him. Please. That's all I can ask. But
well, I'm glad
anyway.
I'm glad you're doing all right. I saw the message that your mom was doing a lot better than you actually expected she would be doing. So that's a good thing, right? All right, Rubber Duck, thinking about you, prayers for you. Difficult time, right? But at least you're in a warm climate where you can enjoy some time outdoors. Yeah, I'd be glad Dad didn't live over in eastern Montana or western Nebraska because it would suck to be there right now. All right, hello to Wheelchair Dave, checking in via the email. He said, hey, Steve, Vic would probably like this. When you get a chance, please do a search. Look up 1925, 1926, 1927, truck, gas electric vehicle. And we thought electric trucks was something new for the future. All right, I'll do a search on that. So you're saying all the way back in the 1920s, mid-1920s, they were working on this stuff. All right, hello to who we got? Jay is on board, 30 degrees, cloudy, a little snow on the way. Yeah, I love the show. It's Jay from Jackson, Michigan. Good to have you with us there, Jay. And there's Big John from Kingston, Ohio. Good morning, everybody. Have a safe day. All right, thank you for checking in. Meanwhile, coming up this Friday, I actually, here just a few hours ago, someone had posted one of the videos as they were standing along the side of the road awaiting the convoy to come through. So they're on the way to Arlington National Cemetery. I'm not sure exactly where that video was posted from, but it was, tingles up the spine, brings a tear to the eye, the sheer number of law enforcement escorting the Wreaths Across America convoy as they head to Arlington. And, of course, thousands of other cemeteries all around the country for this weekend. The Senate here a few days ago unanimously passed a resolution designating this Saturday, December the 17th, as Wreaths Across America Day. Introduced by Susan Collins of Maine and Angus King of Maine. Of course, Wreaths Across America emanates there in the state of Maine. That was passed last Wednesday, again, unanimously. The convoy of volunteers traveling from Maine to Arlington National Cemetery to lay those Maine-made balsam wreaths at the headstones of fallen American soldiers. Over the past 31 years, Wreaths Across America has sent more than 14.4 million wreaths to various locations, national cemeteries, veterans memorials in all 50 states and overseas. From Arlington National Cemetery that overlooks our nation's capital to Normandy, Normandy America Cemetery above the beaches that Allied troops stormed on D-Day, the wreath-laying ceremonies on December 17 are a powerful demonstration of respect and appreciation for our veterans. There you go. The longevity of this event is just a testament to the spirit of the people of Maine, our overwhelming gratitude to our nation's service members, and the extraordinary dedication of all those who've made the tribute possible. So the resolution remembers and honors America's veterans this holiday season, while also teaching the younger generations of the sacrifices that have been made to secure our freedoms and defend our liberty. Thousands of volunteers are expected to lay wreaths at the graves of each American veteran coming up this Saturday. In addition to Arlington National Cemetery, volunteers will be fanned out around the country, placing wreaths at 3,100 locations nationwide. Wreaths Across America Day coming up this Saturday. So, yes, indeed. And if you come across the convoy, tip of the hat, salute, right? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, who else we got checking in here? Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew and Mr. Summers. Hope everyone's doing well. It's my second week of the new assignment. Thus far, it's been very busy, but mainly working day shift right now. Just wanted to say hello. I've been listening to the podcast during the day. Safe miles and travels as Kentucky Ken is listening in from the bunk at the house this morning. All right, good to have you on board. Hope you're enjoying your new assignment there. Hello to Mr. Q, who simply says, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us. Let me jump over. I got an email from our old pal Steve in Florida. Used to be Steve from Chicago, then Steve from Tennessee. And now he's down at Georgia-Florida line. Story from last Friday, actually. But remember a couple months ago, we were talking about this new pilot project where the credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, this is back in September, they all announced they were going to adopt this, what they call MCC code, to categorize sales at gun shops. It's the MCC, which stands for Merchant Category Code. The credit card industry adding this firearm and ammunition-specific code for gun stores. They said it's not about tracking guns necessarily, but could lead to the denial of lawful firearms purchases by law-abiding citizens. Recall that? Well, here we are, several months later. Several social media posts of apparently gun stores and customers claiming they are experiencing card issues when trying to make said purchases. Twitter account Battlecock Tactical tweeting that Federal Firearms Licensed Gun Shop in a Facebook group shared what looks like what the Doomers accurately called how the new firearms merchant code would actually go down. Image shows what appears to be a retail point-of-sale system at a FFL that reads, $913.70. Transaction was declined. The error code on the merchant's computer reads, quote, transaction declined, charge declined, restricted card. Customer bank does not allow this card to be used at this type of merchant. Customer, I'm looking at the screenshot of that particular sale. It's from a gun dealer. Customer, they say, went straight to the bank and closed his account. There's another picture from the customer's view that had the same error message, the little screen there on the counter where you swipe your card. Someone with the handle Anarchy Coiner tweeted, I had this happen with my PayPal credit card. I tried to use it to buy ammo at my local FFL, and it was denied. Another says, tried to buy a PSA dagger slide a bit ago. Had the same issue ordering from their website with my debit card. The credit card did let me order, though. So maybe some of the gun advocates were right from the get-go. As credit card companies were rolling out this new code back in mid-September, the National Shooting Sports Foundation lawyer Lawrence Keene explained, it was never about gathering data to aid law enforcement. It is, and always has been, a concerted effort to pressure credit card companies to deny lawful purchases of firearms and put every single gun purchaser on what you'd call a watch list, according to that lawyer. Could these be some of the first examples of backdoor anti-gun policy enforced through big corporations? Meanwhile, an alleged former FFL holder had this to say. As a former FFL, I would strongly encourage FFL dealers, retailers, and customers to start looking into maybe Bitcoin. I'm a big fan after doing a lot of research. Transactions are peer-to-peer and do not go through a third party, a.k.a. a bank or a processor. I think this may be the future of payments. Well, of course, right now there's a lot of negativity as far as the mindset in the crypto world. There was the big announcement this past day. Lo and behold, why it took this long is beyond me. Yeah, all kind of anticipated this would be coming down the pike. Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried, the former CEO of FTX, officially arrested in the Bahamas this past day at the request of the United States government. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York, Bankman-Fried under criminal investigation by both the U.S. and Bahamian authorities following the collapse of FTX. Of course, the allegation that billions of dollars were stolen from the clients of FTX. They filed bankruptcy back on November the 11th, ran out of money. Earlier this evening, Bahamian authorities arrested Samuel Bankman-Fried at the request of the U.S. government based on a sealed indictment filed by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. That was the statement from U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. We expect to move to unseal this indictment in the morning, and we will have more to say at that time. So, more details later this morning, Tuesday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A group of 1,000 migrants crossed illegally into El Paso, Texas on Sunday night. It's possibly the largest single caravan so far to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. Members of the group are mostly from Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. It comes just 9 days before the expiration of Title 42, which allowed immediate expulsion of asylum seekers during the COVID-19 pandemic. There's a new leader in one of our nation's largest regions.
Karen Bass was sworn in as the 43rd mayor of Los Angeles Sunday in a historic inauguration at the Microsoft Theater, becoming the first woman to lead the city of Angels.
The first act as mayor will be to declare a state of emergency on homelessness. A state of emergency on homelessness.
Bass was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris, and nearly every major city official in California attended the ceremony. I'm Lance Pry.
The new mayor used her first full day on the job to declare a state of emergency against homelessness. On the East Coast, holiday praise from President Biden was aimed at one of the longest-running holiday gift-giving charities, Toys for Tots.
This program gives so much more than just gifts. It gives hope. You give community, and you are the inspiration that lasts a lifetime.
The president spoke outside Washington at a ceremony marking the 76th anniversary of Toys for Tots, which is run by the U.S. Marine Corps. And the Federal Reserve is expected on Wednesday to raise interest rates for the 7th time this year. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
We'll see whether that holds up when Darden reports on Friday.
A new poll from Quinnipiac finds the highest inflation since the 1980s is making holiday budgeting even tougher. It says nearly half of middle-class Americans have less in savings than a year ago, and about 40% plan to spend less on gifts this year. Only about 8% say they plan to spend more. I'm Tim Berg.
Country music star John Rich, conservative commentator Larry Elder, and retired neurosurgeon Dr. Ben Carson have purchased First State Bank, Oklahoma's first and oldest bank, and will rename the financial institution Old Glory Bank. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy vowed to bring the 51 intel agents who signed a letter asserting the Hunter Biden scandal was Russian misinformation to testify at a congressional hearing. McCarthy made the statement in light of new internal files released by Elon Musk, showing that Twitter executives worked closely with both Democratic officials and members of the U.S. intelligence community. Dining out is having a moment as uneven food inflation makes eating at restaurants a relative bargain compared to cooking at home. That could benefit Olive Garden parent Darden Restaurants, which also owns Longhorn Steakhouse. In its last quarter, the faux Italian icon saw sales rise 6% from last year. For USA Radio News, this is Victoria Idoni.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Give you an update out of Kansas, I believe it is. Dateline, Topeka, Kansas. Had a ruptured pipeline over the weekend. The environmentalists are going bat crap crazy. A ruptured pipe dumping enough oil into a northeast Kansas creek to nearly fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. The largest onshore pipeline spill in 9 years, surpassing the previous ones on the same pipeline combined. according to the numbers. Now, energy experts, pay attention here. Energy experts say if the pipeline is shut down for more than a week, prices at the pump will start to increase after finally falling. For the first time in more than a month, we've been seeing those prices coming down the last few weeks. Now, the spill caused a brief surge in crude prices last Thursday when it first occurred. U.S. crude was up modestly, like 1% Friday morning, as fears of a supply disruption were kind of overshadowed by bigger concerns. The economic downturn, the U.S. and other major countries, which would reduce demand for oil, obviously. Well, this is the Keystone Pipeline. Now, don't get confused and say, I thought the Keystone Pipeline deal was shut down. That would be the Keystone XL pipeline that was shut down. The Keystone Pipeline at a creek running through rural pasture land in Washington County, Kansas, about 150 miles northwest of Kansas City. The biggest in the system's history, according to the Department of Transportation. The operator of the pipeline, of course, is Canada-based TC Energy. Said the pipeline that runs from Canada to Oklahoma lost about 14,000 barrels, 588,000 gallons of oil. That's pretty significant. Now, this raises questions for environmentalists about whether TC Energy should keep the federal permit that allowed the pressure inside parts of the system, including that stretch through Kansas, to exceed the typical maximum permitted levels, with Congress facing a potential debate on reauthorizing regulatory programs. The chair of a House subcommittee on pipeline safety took note of this bill Friday. A U.S. Government Accountability Office report last year said there have been 22 previous spills along the Keystone system since it started operations in 2010, most of them on TC Energy property, and less than 20 barrels. Very small, right? The total from those 22 events was a little less than 12,000 barrels. So again, this one event more than all the previous combined. Now, the Democratic Representative Donald Payne of New Jersey, the Democrat, said, I'm watching this situation closely to learn more about this latest leak and inform ways to prevent future releases and protect public safety. TC Energy and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency said the spill's been contained. The company has built an earthen dam across the creek about 4 miles downstream from the pipeline rupture to prevent the oil from being able to make its way into any larger waterways. The county's emergency management director said the oil traveled only about a quarter mile. There did not appear to be any wildlife deaths associated with the spill. The company said they're doing around-the-clock air quality checks and other environmental monitoring. They're going to use multiple trucks, trucks that amount to what you would call it, a giant wet vac, to pretty much suck up the oil. Past Keystone spills have led to outages that lasted about 2 weeks. They're still evaluating when they can reopen the system. So, again, that shut down last Thursday. Yeah, we're into Tuesday now. So, again, if it continues to be shut down the rest of this week and maybe another week, could begin to impact the prices at the pump. Just be forewarned. All right. Jolly Green Giant, how the hell are you?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to inform everybody that Flash, Sex Maniac, and the Jolly Green did not win that $1 million that ticket there in Mount Posey, Ohio, which is in the Milford Goshen area. So we didn't win that ticket, so I just want to make sure, don't be calling us up asking them for money.
No.
It wasn't us. But somebody did win that winning ticket there Saturday, from what we understand. Also, I have a solution to people that want to buy ammunition and guns. Real simple. Don't use credit cards. Use money.
Yeah.
That way that they can't say no. See, money always says yes. Credit cards. I have problems, with one of my credit cards. And every time I turn around, I try to buy something out of state. I remember here, I don't know how long ago this was. I stopped in a truck stop. I needed a new Bluetooth headset. And I walked in there, and that credit card denied it because they didn't know if it was me or not. So I had to call them, and I had to let them know it was me, so that way I could buy that headset. So I have problems with the credit card denying me purchases if it's out of state. It ain't got nothing to do with guns and ammunition,
Mm-hmm.
So my solution is, make it real simple. Bring in cash because they don't refuse cash, I also have a solution for that rat problem in New York you were talking about last week. Sex Maniac has got 8 Chihuahuas. Now, I suggest we get those Chihuahuas there to New York to hunt down those pesky rodents. We'll take care of that rodent problem there in New York City.
Yeah.
So, either way, man, I just want to wish everybody a good night, safe trip there. The Jolly Green is listening. I'm not feeling that well tonight, so I won't be causing any trouble tonight for anybody, but I will be listening. So either way, Steve, have a good night, man.
All right. Hope you start feeling better. Hope you're not coming down with some kind of a bug, if you know what I mean. Like I did over the weekend. Well, late last week. If this is your first night back, turned out I got really ill. Yeah, by a Thursday afternoon, Thursday night, Friday, a bad couple of days. Got on the Tamiflu, and it really seemed to start helping out pretty quick. By Saturday, I was feeling quite a bit better. Obviously fine to come back to work last evening. I'm not over it yet. And initially, it didn't really get down into the chest, the lungs and whatnot. I'm still coughing, but it seems like the cough's getting a little deeper into the chest. I hope it doesn't progress, because feeling so much better. As I was doing a little research, about the whole Tamiflu thing, there were some reports that said it will definitely help out, but I was kind of questioning remember all the people that are having the relapse or the rebound, as they call it, when they were taking the Paxlovid for the COVID-19, where you'd get better and maybe even test negative, and then several days later you'd be sick again, positive. And does the same occur? It apparently doesn't happen nearly as much with the regular old flu and those that take the Tamiflu. But I guess there are instances where you get better and then maybe a week or so later it's actually dropped into the lungs and you end up with pneumonia. And they were kind of advising if you pay attention, if you develop a fever again, you wouldn't need like Tamiflu again. You'd actually need to get on like an antibiotic to treat the pneumonia. So you learn one day at a time. I'll be paying attention there. Hopefully it doesn't lead to that. All right. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. We've got 31 cloudy skies in mid-Michigan tonight. He sends me a photograph of his new neighbor, his new friend, the rooster. That's Ricky the rooster in the picture. I spoke with my neighbors about him. They thought it was funny that I named him Ricky. They had named him White Boy Rick after some rap artist back in the day, or as Heatwave would say, crap artist. Anyway, that's a good-looking rooster there, Dipsy. Have another great show, as always. By the way, your weather reports are spot on. What I hear from you, the local weather guys only give what may happen in the next day or so. I can actually plan a lot better from what we know is coming our way from your weather report, even here in mid-Michigan. Thank you, Steve. Do not change a thing. You got it. Dipsy Driver, thank you very much. See what's going on with Senor Heat Wave. You know what? Let me take care of my quick timeout first, and we'll get back to Heat Wave. And lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Coming up here in a bit, I'll get to a very interesting story out of D.C., which it says the Energy Department announced over the weekend they're going to announce a, quote, major scientific breakthrough this week. Yeah, there were some media reports that a federal laboratory has recently achieved a major milestone in nuclear fusion research. It was the Financial Times that reported that on Sunday. Scientists, they say, at the California-based Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory had achieved what they call a net energy gain from an experimental fusion reactor, which I guess that would be a first. So some big announcement coming up. I'll give you, again, more on that story coming up in a bit here. So stick around. Heat Wave, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Sounds like that groundbreaking fission. I bet it has a...
Hello. Are you there?
Report to
All right. You were breaking up. All we got was, I bet it has something to do with what?
Hello.
All right, take two. We can go ahead, Heat Wave. I think you're back.
Okay, I'm getting into an area here where I may just drop off, but yeah, it was. I guess that's going to be a glowing report when they release it tomorrow on that nuclear stuff. Monkey Gouger talk last night, and I agree with him. I don't like the idea of the government coming in and bailing a section of people out because of poor management on a pension program. Whenever it says, Teamsters and union, you think of people in lockstep and arm in total agreement, but you go underneath that shiny veneer and we're just as shattered as any other industry out here. letters from Yellow stating that they are suspending the change of operations until later. Why? Because they can't get their act together. The guy that they hired to get this done has had at least 2 years to get it situated, and he doesn't ask anybody out here for opinions or invite comments. Another college-educated idiot in high authority, and then he's sent another letter to the Teamsters stating we're gonna work with y'all to figure out how to get this program running. Now, if there's more incompetence in those two heads, the Teamsters Union and the company, I don't know what is. I mean, I could probably ask a rock and a hammer to work something out, and they'd probably work it out to where it would be a good plan. These people just will not listen to us. And it's like I told my shop steward. I said, look, yes, we are Teamsters, but the Teamsters don't make our paycheck. We get paid by the company, so we are actually company people. Now, why don't anybody from either side talk to us and tell us what's going on is beyond me. But we're also, in accordance to the agreements, apparently Yellow has shipped more freight than was allowed when they did an audit. So each one of us is going to get a significant chunk of change after taxes by January 31st.
Mm-hmm.
They must have really gone over their 26 or 28% of their freight going by train and third-party carriers. So, I don't know. I mean, if you had a business that was run by a bunch of idiots and they kept running you in the ground, running you in the ground, running you in the ground, why would you keep them? It's beyond me. So, other than that, hey, did y'all talk about Bob McGrath? Do you know who that gentleman was?
Wasn't he the? Yeah, he was a comedy guy, wasn't he?
No. He was on Sesame Street. He was one of the.
Oh yeah, one of the original. Yeah, he passed away about a week ago.
Yeah. I guess it was Thursday. And I was going to mention something about it, but you weren't there Friday morning, so.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I remember watching Sesame Street and really enjoying myself as a kid. And it's just a shame, like I said before, when someone dies, it's just part of our history going away, and we're thinking, well, now what do we do? Who do we listen to? So, but, yeah, that's about it. The weather out here is not too bad. Right now it's kind of partly cloudy. I think a lot of the snow that was coming down was between Flagstaff and Winslow. I guess it's heading east right now. And the wife sent me some pictures of what had happened earlier today in our neck of the woods in New Mexico. And it's pretty significant. I'd like to see a little bit more, but, I'm greedy. I live in the desert. I want the snow. I want the moisture. So any one of y'all that don't want the snow and moisture, send it to me via Yellow Freight, and I'm sure Uncle Sam will pay the freight.
You'll be happy to accept. All right.
So other than that, I'm going to let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good night, and everyone, let's stay safe out there.
Thank you for checking in. All right, safe travels as you head back to Albuquerque. All right, hello to Dingbat, just checking in this morning. She said, I started physical therapy Monday, and it's going to be a long journey, according to my therapist. But just checking in. Hope everybody's having a great day. Happy holidays. All right, well, you got to start somewhere, right? Yeah, long journey, huh? Sounds like fun. Take it one day at a time, Dingbat. Let's see. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Rubber duck is correct. We all should be helping each other. Every time my company hires a new person for the night shift and I get a chance to talk to them, I tell them that, nighttime is a different game. Yeah, you might know the road when the sun is out. Everything changes, though, when the moon is out. I guess that's true, right? All right, about a minute before we hit news break here, we'll get to Braden Dead is on board. Eagle will be checking in from Texas. Oh, boy. Eagle, right up your alley. I mentioned Saturday morning, I was catching on Fox News. They had the drone in the air, and they were live at the southern border. I can't remember where they were, if it was Eagle Pass, but it was a location where more than 1,000 illegals had just crossed the border en masse, all in one. Apparently, we had, as we were on live Sunday night, Monday morning, the video out of El Paso indicating a record-setting group of more than all at one time, more than 1,000 crossed the border overnight. Border Patrol agents reportedly have more than 5,000 in custody right now with nowhere to put them, nowhere to place any new migrant arrivals. I mean, they're coming in mass right now, and this is just days before the whole Title 42 ends. That's going to end on December the 21st. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Since Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema announced that she's now an independent instead of a Democrat, attention's been focused on another Democrat who broke ranks in the past years, West Virginia's Joe Manchin. Could he become the fourth Senate independent?
I'll look at all of these things. I've always looked at all of those things, but I have no intention of doing anything right now. I mean, whether I do something later, I can't tell you what the future's going to bring. I can only tell you where I am in my mindset and what I want to accomplish as long as I'm here in the Senate. I want to work with Kyrsten every day, the same as I had before.
A group of 1,000 migrants crossed illegally into El Paso, Texas on Sunday night, marking possibly the largest single caravan so far to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration savings. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thanks for being along for the ride as we're underway. Closing out a Monday, working our way into a Tuesday across the country. Hello to Tom Kelly in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Good morning, Steve. Remember, on days like this, TNCRadio.live is there for the drivers. We're going to see some rough weather today. We'll be keeping you up to date on the latest in traffic and weather across the country and up into Canada. But coming up this morning after the overnight drive, be sure to check out the latest episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. This week talking about what you need to do when you realize you can't change other people. Then catch a very special episode of Truckers Life Radio. Lots of truckers also love motorcycles. Ron interviews Peter Kay, discussing the love of motorcycles, trucking, and Christianity, and how all three kind of blend together so well. You don't want to miss this one. All right, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay tuned. TNCRadio.live. And matter of fact, that zone from Houston to Dallas is in the mix for maybe some of that severe weather in the south later today. All right, back to the phones we go. It's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. How was your weekend?
Well, if you want to call it a weekend, I spent the first half of it in bed, sick with the flu, and the second half feeling like crap, but I survived.
Feeling like crap. So you were kind of like that Browns fan over there at the football game I saw on TikTok or something over the weekend, but I figured that was you. But anyway, did you see that Mississippi State coach Mike Leach is in the hospital?
No, sir.
He was airlifted Sunday night to Jackson, Mississippi. There are reports are saying that he had a massive heart attack. There are other reports that are saying that he had a massive stroke. I'm a Tennessee fan, Dean Bass a Gator fan. We send our thoughts and prayers out to the family and hope that he recovers, because anything like that is just really, we all are diehard fans. This is the kind of situation where we throw all that to the side and hope for a speedy recovery for the coach. But I heard old heat wave there, and let me clarify a few things. Number one, heat waves in the western states, they're fully funded. He's got nothing to worry about. The eastern states have got nothing to worry about. It's just the central states. I was cleaning off my desk this weekend, imagine that. I found an old statement they send out once a year for central states, and that they brought in for the year 2021 $10.5 billion, but they spent almost $14 billion. Now, obviously, somebody's making some bad investments up there or is not figuring stuff out right. But the thing that I do remember is UPS, Kroger, and there's one other company that pulled out that left a $6 billion gap. And obviously, nobody in the upper management of the central states can figure that out. Now, now let me change on another thing. He was talking about that bonus that they're getting for outside carriers. What happened to us, the dock workers? You know, the union has forgot about the dock workers, the ones that actually move the freight. Yes, line haul guys do move the freight, but we're the one that's actually responsible for transferring the freight from dock to trailer, et cetera, et cetera. We're getting screwed here, and I have shown this to a lot of people, and our dock people are pissed because of this. They didn't even know, until I started back there 2 years ago, nobody knew that line haul was getting any kind of a bonus. But as far as the change of operation goes, yes, I knew it was going to fail, because our terminal was going to lose 31 people on paper, but they were going to bring back 10 dock workers. Does that make any sense to you, Steve?
Not to me.
Yeah, not to me either. But hopefully they'll get something figured out. And like Senor said, you know, we should have a say-so and a voice. Common sense should also be part of it too. I mean, heck, if I'm a driver, it should be a no-brainer. You know, come ride with me for one night. Go ride with Heatwave for one run, and see where the improvements can be made. Because I could show you right now several that could be made at our terminal and at the Little Rock terminal. But upper management doesn't care, because hey, they got all these degrees and letters, numbers, and initials after their name. Where the hell does my voice say so? You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Right.
But oh, you missed one heck of a shindig Saturday night into Sunday. You know, we had our annual Christmas party, Steve. And see, I know you're in YouTube jail, and I thought I heard a rumor you were in solitary confinement. You weren't sick. But yeah, Eskimo Mom and Dingbat were singing, "We Want You Home for Christmas," and you know, poor Gilligan got the dirty Santa box, you know, with condoms, domes, pills, Rolaids, and Preparation H.
Yeah.
I think we even gave him some Vagisil for when he does his Mrs. Howell impersonation, but that's to come later on this year. I bear to beg at Mid-America, Steve, but I'm fixing to roll into the Little Rock yard. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, thank you for checking in there. Appreciate the update. Brain dead. Have a good morning. Hey, hello to Pappy out there on the road. 35 on the east side of Hamilton County. You're not supposed to be there. I was back in the old stomping grounds for a few, but I'm headed back to the west side. I'm hammered down. Anybody got a smoky report? You ain't got to much worry about that, do you? All right, Roy says, this border invasion is like the fall of the Roman Empire. Yeah, that's the rest of the story. The video this past morning, Monday morning, revealing a steady stream of migrants crossing the border from Mexico into El Paso. This group of more than 1,000 who crossed overnight, understood to be one of the largest ever single migrant crossing events in U.S. history. In advance of this month's expected end to Title 42, that removed migrants who may be ill, and a visit to the El Paso area this week by the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. State police in Chihuahua, Mexico, escorted the migrants, hundreds at a time, from the cities of Jimenez to Juarez earlier on Sunday before the mass crossing. According to El Paso Matters, the migrants reported to have traveled to the U.S., most of them from Nicaragua, Ecuador, and Peru. The Border Patrol Central Processing Center in El Paso is currently over capacity with more than 5,100 in custody on Monday alone. The capacity of this particular facility is about 3,500. There's 1,500 plus more packed in there than they're designed to accommodate. There's a live dashboard operated by the city of El Paso that shows 5,105 migrants currently in custody. The report shows the release into the El Paso community of 892 migrants, with an additional 286 simply released onto the city streets. Wonder where they're finding a place to sleep tonight, huh? Outright invasion. Out of control. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, good morning. Go ahead,
Hello?
Eagle. Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah, man, I think I had a bad connection. Okay, yeah, I want to talk about a couple of things tonight. Yeah, I want to talk about, first of all, what's going on with the border down in Texas again. As the lady said on your break, over 1,000 individuals came into the U.S. illegally on Sunday. Borders basically, well, I'm not going to even call it that no more. I don't know why I keep making that mistake, Steve, and saying border. We no longer have a border. We do have one on the northern border, which Canada has one. And let me say this about Canada right quick. You still there?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay. Let somebody try to walk into Canada. I wonder if any of these illegals that's coming in the U.S., if they're going to make their way to Canada, Steve. I bet you they don't. Because you know why they're not going to try to go to Canada? Because Canada enforces their border laws, and they don't just let people walk in, whether you like Trudeau or not. Whether people like Trudeau or not, the president of Canada, at least the man does his job. Unfortunately, we have a man that doesn't. You know, I'm about fed up, Steve. You know, I've had about enough. Like I say, I'm down here in Texas. I'm down here where all the action is going on at. You know, I talk to people constantly while I'm driving my truck that live in other areas of the country, and you say something about this situation and they could care less. They say to themselves, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me in my life because I'm not right here where I see these individuals when they get to the country, so they don't give a damn. But what these people don't seem to understand is that it's eventually going to bite you in the butt. I see it already, Steve. I'm just going to use the industry that I'm in, and that's the truck driving industry. They're already allowing drivers from Mexico to drive in the U.S. now. I'm seeing more and more of them guys. When I come out of Laredo, Texas, sometimes headed up to San Antonio, you'd be shocked at how many trucks you see that are rolling out of Mexico that's rolling in the U.S. now. It's taking American truck drivers' jobs away. So it's eventually going to affect you, my man, these people who say you're not worried about it. Well, don't worry about it. But you'll have something to worry about in the next few years. I promise you that. Okay, now, when it comes to Biden, Steve, there's so many things on the list that they could get this man a foot right out of the White House. But they won't enforce that either, Steve. This man, if there was a law book or a playbook to abide by, Biden has done none of that in less than 2 years. It's almost scary at this point, Steve. What's happening? That we still have basically another almost two years of this individual. What more can happen, Steve? Can you answer that question? What more bad things and damage can this man do in 2 more years? That's the question that everybody should be asking themselves tonight. Because we're the danger. And you know something, Steve? I didn't even name all the viruses. These individuals are coming in. You know, bad enough the drugs are rolling into the country, fentanyl and any other drug you want to name. But we still got these viruses coming in. These people coming from Colombia, Venezuela, El Salvador, Honduras, you name it. Not being tested for any viruses or nothing. Walking into the America, Steve, into the classroom with your kids and my kids, and maybe infect them with some unknown disease. So I just want people to stop saying that they're not worried about it and that they could care less about it. Because, my man, whether you see it firsthand or not, eventually it's going to hit you and your family, and you're going to have to deal with this situation that's going on with Joe Biden. And like I said, Steve, we've seen in the last couple of months, Steve, I told you I've never been so disappointed in people in my life. All I can say is that hopefully there'll be a change in these people in the next 2 years and they don't vote Democrat. But if they don't, if these people go ahead and vote Democrat in 2 more years, America is lost, and they don't have nobody to blame but themselves. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
As always, good to hear from you, Eagle. Thank you for checking in. Safe travels out there. All right, so let me see here. We've got clear lines at 844-3388. Braindead mentioned, the coach of Mississippi State, Mike Leach. Pulled up, I guess this update from about 8 hours ago. Doctors at the University of Mississippi Medical Center were guarded Monday about details of Mississippi coach Mike Leach's condition, but the hospital did confirm he's critical. According to the published reports, he suffered a massive heart attack at his home in Starkville. He was reportedly unconscious and resuscitated. Leach, a 2-time National Coach of the Year, the mastermind behind the NCAA record-setting air raid offense. He became the Bulldogs' 34th head coach in January of 2020. John Bond, MSU quarterback from 1980 to 83, said Leach's health battle is having a massive impact, in part because of that down-home charm. He's touched a ton of people. He's an honest guy. He's going to say what he thinks. Not a lot of coaches speak out. With him, you'll get some after the game press conferences, and if you see him out on the town and you see him, he's glad to tell you what he thinks. Anyway, his health emergency at a time when the Mississippi State football program was actually on a roll, tackling a top 10 strength of schedule to go 8-4, beating Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl and heading to the ReliaQuest Bowl against Illinois in Tampa. He is a national treasure. His impact on the coaching tree is mind-blowing. All the different coaches under him, protégés that have went on to have success, second to none. According to Bo Bounds with ESPN's The Zone, Bounds said Leach's resume alone is impressive, but his impact on college football is truly unique. All right, so prayers there for the coach. It's 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, so once again, it is 844-844-3388. Got a follow-up from Dipsy Driver, who says, I'd like to make a correction. My wife informs me that White Boy Rick was actually a gun dealer who started working with the FBI, not a rap artist. I thought I'd correct myself before one of your intelligent callers did. So thank you, Steve. Have a great Tuesday, everyone out there. All right, let me get back to the rest of the story here. What is supposed to be a major scientific breakthrough announcement this week from the Department of Energy. Again, a net energy gain from an experimental fusion reactor. This would represent the first time that researchers have successfully produced more energy in a fusion reaction, the same type that powers the sun, than was consumed during the process, which would be, they say, a potentially major step in the pursuit of zero carbon power. Energy Department and LLNL spokespeople told the American Free Press that they could not comment or provide confirmation regarding the Financial Times report, but did say U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm would announce a major scientific breakthrough on Tuesday. That is today. They added that their analysis is still ongoing, but we look forward to sharing more on Tuesday when that process is complete. The fusion reaction that produced a 120% net energy gain apparently occurred in the past 2 weeks. According to the Financial Times report, the Washington Post later reported two people familiar with the research confirmed this development, with a senior fusion scientist telling the newspaper, to most of us, it was just a matter of time. Nuclear fusion is considered by some scientists to be a potential energy of the future, particularly as it produces little waste and zero greenhouse gases. If this fusion energy breakthrough is true, this could be a game changer for the world. According to Ted Lieu, a member of Congress from California, fusion is different than fission, the technique that currently you use in nuclear power plants. By fusing 2 atomic nuclei instead of splitting one. This LLNL fusion facility is the size of 3 football fields and consists of almost 200 lasers, which bombard a tiny spot with high levels of energy to initiate a fusion reaction. CBS News' Hallie Ott discovered earlier this year the quest to harness the power of nuclear fusion for clean energy has led to one of the biggest, longest-running collaborative science experiments in the world, an experiment which, like the LLNL project, has taken on new expediency given the global energy crisis. All right, so again, they don't have a time as to when that announcement is going to take place today, but indeed, some point we will learn more.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Since Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema announced that she's now an independent instead of a Democrat, attention's been focused on another Democrat who broke ranks in the past years, West Virginia's Joe Manchin. Could he become the 4th Senate independent?
I'll look at all of these things. I've always looked at all those things. But I have no intention of doing anything right now. And whether I do something later, I can't tell you what the future's going to bring. I can only tell you where I am in my mindset and what I want to accomplish as long as I'm here in the Senate. I want to work with Kyrsten every day the same as I have before.
A group of 1,000 migrants crossed illegally into El Paso, Texas on Sunday night, marking possibly the largest single caravan so far to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. Members of the group are mostly from Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. It comes just 9 days before the expiration of Title 42, which allowed immediate expulsion of asylum seekers during the COVID-19 pandemic. A major winter storm that blanketed the Sierra Nevada mountains of California will bring severe weather to the plains and the south over the next several days. More than 15 million people in at least 14 states have been put under some sort of winter weather alert as a result. Gas prices keep falling. AAA reports the national average price for regular is down to $3.26 a gallon. That's 6 cents lower than this date a year ago. The cheapest gas in the country is in Texas, where the statewide average is $2.69 a gallon. Last week, crude oil prices hit their lowest level of the year as global demand slipped. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is in custody after being arrested in the Bahamas. The country's attorney general said the U.S. had filed unspecified criminal charges against the former crypto billionaire and was likely to request his extradition. Bankman-Fried was expected to testify before a House committee this week. He's being investigated for his role following FTX's sudden collapse last month. Student loan borrowers are holding their breath to see if they'll actually get what the Biden administration promised. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in February to help it decide whether the forgiveness policy is an overreach of executive power or if it causes harm to plaintiffs. A recent Economist YouGov poll shows 51% of respondents supporting Biden's relief plan, while 40% were opposed. Biden spent his Monday just outside the district, praising one of the longest-running holiday gift-giving charities.
This program gives so much more than just gifts. It gives hope. You give community, and you are the inspiration that lasts a lifetime.
The president spoke at a ceremony marking the 76th anniversary of Toys for Tots, which is run by the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so I was aware over the weekend that there's like, you know, a second dump of Twitter files, as they're referring to them. I guess they've just been coming out fast and furious. So I came across the story that says the fourth dump. Didn't realize there would even been a third release. New information revealed in the fourth release of Twitter files documents how the internet portal railroaded the former president and actually bent the rules to force his removal from the site. On January 6th of 2021, former President Donald Trump sent a message over his Twitter account for rioters to go home and refrain from violence. That tweet mirrored what he had already said on television in a direct appeal to demonstrators to be nonviolent. Nevertheless, on January the 8th, 2 days after the riot, Twitter permanently banned Trump while he was still in office as President of the United States. The recently released Twitter files demonstrate the decision to ban Trump stemmed from what internal journalist Michael Schellenberger called both internal and external pressure from inside and outside Twitter to ban him. Specifically, Schellenberger reported that Twitter executives created justifications to ban Trump, actually sought a change of policy for that individual, Donald Trump, alone, distinct from other political leaders, and expressed no concern for the free speech or democracy implications of such a ban. Part of the pressure to ban Trump came from the former First Lady Michelle Obama, according to Schellenberger. Their January 8 decision was based, Schellenberger says, on specifically how Trump's tweets are being received and interpreted. But in 2019, Twitter explicitly rejected suggestions that it should base its banning decision on the way tweets are being received. Back then, Twitter said it did not attempt to determine all potential interpretations of the content or what its intent might be, but in violation of this policy, what they said was the reaction to Trump's tweets was precisely the grounds for banning him from Twitter. A review of the internal decision-making history of Trump's ban shows a clear ideological bias that is wholly inconsistent with the express provisions of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Acts, embodied in the Terms of Service Agreement that every Twitter user has to accept to actually gain access to the site. It provides that no tech company may, quote, discriminate based on party or ideology, except where Donald Trump is involved. At least that was the case with Twitter. I don't know how many more Twitter file dumps are yet to come, but I guess on almost a daily basis they're releasing more information. All right, coming up this Friday, December the 16th, Transition Trucking will be announcing the winner of this year's Driving for Excellence Award at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in D.C. This award given annually through a partnership between Fastport, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's Hiring Our Heroes program, and Kenworth, will culminate with the presentation of the keys to a new Kenworth T680 Next Gen truck. They started their search for America's top rookie military veteran driver with a nomination period back in June. Semifinalists were announced in September, and a public voting period started in October. A selection committee made the ultimate decision following that public vote. To be considered for the award, drivers had to meet several criteria: active military or member of the National Guard or Reserve, graduating from Professional Truck Driving Institute certified, National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, or Commercial Vehicle Training Association member driver training school with a valid CDL and first hired into the trucking position between January 1st of last year and July 31st of this year. This year, Transition Trucking has invited a field of 11 semifinalists to Washington, D.C. for the announcement of this year's winner. Not sure if the actual winner is aware of who they are before they get there, or if all 11 are going up in anticipation that their name might be the one announced. The semifinalists that'll be headed to D.C. for the announcement this Friday. Sean Adams, a U.S. Navy veteran who drives for McElroy Truck Lines. Cal Jansen, an Air Force and Army veteran who drives for G. Doubles Farms Trucking. Ashley Leva, a U.S. Army veteran who drives for Naomi Trucking. Paul Goker, a U.S. Army and National Guard veteran, driving for Stevens Transport. Dave Marhugh, a U.S. Navy veteran who drives for Rail Transport. Chris McDowell, an Army and National Guard veteran, driving for Epps Transport. Joe Nyanti, a U.S. Army veteran who drives for Melton Trucks Lines. Talon Rogers, Army veteran, CRST. Justin Silk, Army veteran, driving for Pascal Truck Lines. Michael Thomas, a U.S. Marine veteran who drives for Prime. And Jason Van Boxtel, U.S. Marine veteran who drives for Varia Trucking. So congratulations, first of all, to all the semifinalists. Of course, we'll find out Friday who gets the keys to a brand new truck. That's quite the honor. Oh, would that be Gilligan? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I'm glad you're back on the air. I was a little worried, concerned about you over the weekend there. Of course, being horse feathers, he hadn't heard that you was feeling under the weather there Thursday morning.
Yep.
So he called me there Friday morning. Hey, we have come up with a solution for Friday night, at least this Friday night. I'm willing to host a Christmas song sing-along.
Oh, boy.
I've got it figured out, I think. I think I will start off with Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer.
How could I have never guessed?
Get Heat Wave. Yeah, I think we'll get Heat Wave to go with Merry Christmas from the Family. We'll get Horse Feathers to do the Grinch song. We'll have to have the Eskimo Mom do I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas. And why not get Brain Dead do his personal favorite, Walking Around in Women's Underwear? While we're at it, we got to have Big Sexy in on this. I think Leroy the Redneck Reindeer might be good for him or something like that. What do you think? I think a Friday night sing-along with Gilligan. What do you think for Christmas songs? Mm-hmm. You think it might be a hit?
Ah, boy, I could see cell phones being turned off all over the country.
You really think so? And I don't sing off key. I can't hear a thing that sounds off key. I've been told, though, I kind of resemble Barbie Fife from Andy Griffith when I sing. But, oh, well. Well, Steve, I thought I'd call back in later, but I thank you for taking my call. Throw it out there. See what the listeners think, especially Brain Dead. I think he could really feel that part. Take care.
All right, have a good morning. All right, it's 844-844-3388. All right, we're covering our travelers' weather, and we got things underway this morning. Going back, first severe weather report, several tornado reports came in a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. And had a number of tornado warnings right up to about the midnight hour Eastern time, since which, everything's, I don't know, the intensity level hasn't really kicked as much as I guess they were anticipated, but at this hour, we haven't seen any new warnings, essentially, since the midnight hour. We do still have plenty of showers and some thunderstorms as this storm continues to intensify through the upcoming day. Kind of refreshing on the radar here. And yeah, things really beginning to fill in with some of the snow and that ice, that icy situation where we've got the ice storm warnings in northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota, eastern South Dakota. So a lot of the mixed bag precip falling there. It's pretty much solid rain, some heavier rains there in southwest Iowa from about Omaha to about halfway over toward Des Moines. Rains then southward down through Topeka, Kansas, on down into eastern portions of Oklahoma. That's the leading edge of one line, a more significant, pretty well-defined line that had been prompting some of those severe warnings earlier has kind of congealed, a straight line of stronger storms from south central Nebraska right through the heart of Kansas, down through west and west central portions of Oklahoma, extending on down into west central Texas. Some thunderstorms between right about the halfway point between Lubbock and Abilene, Texas. So things really supposed to continue intensifying through the upcoming day. What we've got is a pretty dramatic contrast. The clash of the air masses, very warm on the southern and eastern side of this system, with the very, very cold air that's sweeping in out of Canada. So a risk to lives and property unfolds throughout the upcoming day. The severe weather threat not only continues into the morning hours here on Tuesday, but it's going to kind of re-energize as the day progresses. Severe thunderstorms will likely become much more widespread by later this afternoon and into Tuesday night due to the increased coverage of the storms and the likelihood for destructive storms to occur after dark. Obviously, the risk to lives and property increases significantly. Areas that are going to be under the alert today. Severe storms Tuesday to Tuesday night. From Little Rock, Arkansas, to Shreveport, Louisiana, to Jackson, Mississippi, from Houston, Texas, to New Orleans, 60, 70 mile per hour winds expected, gusts maybe to 80 miles per hour with some of the stronger storms. Multiple strong tornadoes are possible in that zone, as well as large hail and torrential downpours. So a number of major interstate corridors from I-10, 20, 30, 49, and 55. I'm going to have to slow it down out there on the highways. By the time we get to midweek, finally Wednesday, looks like a lot of potency from the storms beginning to wane, but there's still going to be the lingering risk for severe thunderstorms. Still a few tornadoes could accompany damaging winds and hail across Mississippi, Alabama, southeast Louisiana, and the western Florida panhandle. Again, that's looking ahead toward Wednesday. Waterspouts also a possibility along the immediate Gulf Coast. Now, as we head toward the backside of the week, this same storm will indeed be bringing the threat for possibly some additional significant snow into the northeastern portions of the country. It could be along the lines of several feet for places like upstate New York, into parts of New England. Boy, we'll continue to track for you. Well, speaking of Arkansas, Big Sexy got you coming up next. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, plenty of room for you. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388 on a Tuesday. First night back on the job. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. I know how you felt because I'm fighting myself right now.
Boys. The actual flu, or you just got a cold, or do you know?
I'm not sure with the flu. I took a home COVID test. It's not that. I know that for sure.
Okay.
My sister's an RN, and she got me some stuff for the treatment in case it is the flu, to try to knock it out. And I feel a lot better than I did over the weekend. I felt like, what over the weekend.
All right. So, yeah,
I'm feeling a lot better now. Now I've just got the sinus problems, constant sinus problems.
Did you have
but not as bad as it was.
The horrible headache, the fever, the body aches? You have all that?
No. I had earache real bad, sinus problems real bad. One side to stop up, the other side to stop up. Now I've got a lot of drainage from the sinuses. But that and cough, and that's about it. The cough's not bad now, so just the sinus now. The ears ain't hurting no more either. So, but I want to echo what Brain Dead said earlier too about Mike Leach. Him being airlifted, he was treated at a local hospital and then airlifted to University of Mississippi Hospital, and they say he's in critical condition.
Wow.
So, prayers that he pulls through for that. We're all competitors in the. I'm a Razorback fan. We all want to beat the other one, but when it comes to something like that, you want the best for
yes, sir.
Him and his family.
Sure.
I think those storms are supposed to stay south of me. From Little Rock south, so I hope, they can't rule out something up here, but hopefully it'll all stay down south of it. What else was I going to mention? Go ahead.
I was going to say, everything else going all right, aside from not feeling well?
Yeah, everything else going fine. Did you see those emails I sent you?
Let me see. I just pulled my email up. I see the workers trapped is one I got here.
Yeah, they was trying to tunnel under US 49. That's a 4-lane highway with a center turn lane, so 5 lanes. They're trying to put a tunnel under there, and it collapsed on them.
Wow.
Trapped 2 of them. They rescued one, and the other one they wasn't able to rescue him. They retrieved the body.
Oh boy.
And I can't remember what the other email was I sent you. I think it was just about the truck plaza in Jonesboro going to be rebranded into a Pilot.
Yeah, I think I got that, and I wasn't really familiar with that particular, what it was prior to becoming a pilot? Was it a restaurant or something?
It started out as Southern Chef, which was a restaurant and gas station. Then they added the fuel plazas and the truck parking and become like a travel plaza. And now they're being rebranded into Pilot.
Okay.
But the ownership's going to maintain local control of it. It's just going to be branded into a Pilot location. So they'll receive all the stuff to do with Pilot, the fuel, and the Pilot branding stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll still have local control over what's done there. But yeah, that's not really going to add any more parking spots, but that adds another name brand travel center up there. So.
Right.
But that's about all I had for you. I wanted to echo what Brain Dead said about Mike Leach.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. Hope you continue to feel better, right? Hopefully it doesn't drop down into your chest or your lungs. All right. About a minute before news break, bottom of the hour here. All right. They did the recount thing there in Colorado. And indeed, the automatic recount, confirming that Republican Lauren Boebert did indeed win re-election for her conservative Colorado district. Secretary of State Gina Griswold announcing the results this past evening. During the recount, the Democrat, what was his name, Adam Frisch, actually netted a total of 2 additional votes. Well, there was a 500-plus vote separation. Now, that's mighty darn close with the number of ballots that had been cast. Frisch is an Aspen City councilman. He actually had already conceded the race after the first tally put him just under the state's margin for a mandatory recount. Nobody really expected this race would come down as close as it did, though. But Boebert wins re-election.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The suspect in the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, is back in lockup after making an appearance in a D.C. court. The elderly Libyan man faces 2 counts of destruction of an aircraft resulting in death. An explosion on board killed all 270 on board, many of which who were students flying home for Christmas after a semester abroad. President Biden is set to host the U.S.-Africa summit beginning Tuesday. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is announcing U.S. support for Africa to be a permanent member of the G20.
It's past time for Africa to have permanent seats at the table in international organizations and initiatives. And the president also plans to underscore his commitment to UN Security Council reform, including support for a permanent member from the African continent.
USA Radio News.
If your company stayed open during COVID, I have some great news for you. Government funds are available to reward companies who stayed open during the challenging time. Now, this is not a loan, and you do not have to pay it back. Your hard work to stay open could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidpayment.com. You heard that correct. Up to $26,000 per employee. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the tax experts at covidpayment.com. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. If you have 5 or more employees, let covidpayment.com help get you up to $26,000 per employee. Visit covidpayment.com. That's covidpayment.com. covidpayment.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
No sooner do I mention that we hadn't had any severe weather updates in the last couple of hours. Sure enough, National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. Yeah, we got a line of thunderstorms, 60-mile-an-hour winds along a line. Yeah. This is a number of counties, severe thunderstorm warning there, western and northwestern portions of Oklahoma. So, yeah, the anticipation was even throughout the overnight hours, strong storms and tornado watches, as a matter of fact, that remain in effect until 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time, and we'll probably see additional tornado watches, probably pretty widespread, being issued later in the day today as the atmosphere kind of re-energizes, as we were talking a little bit ago. So, all right, it's 844-3388. We're going all electric, right? Electric vehicles. I've been telling you for some time that European countries, they're several years ahead of where we are as far as this going all. I mean, they jumped on the bandwagon for electric cars several years ago, and they were the ones that started this process of outlawing or banning the internal combustion engines, and it's already coming back to bite them in the derriere. The Swiss government is planning to limit the use of electric vehicles due to a shortage of electricity. This under a new 4-step plan hoping to prevent power cuts and blackouts. The ban in Switzerland excludes cases of absolutely necessary journeys in their stage 3 of power conservation plans throughout the country. In other words, all these people that have purchased electric vehicles, unless it is, quote, absolutely necessary travel, you're not supposed to be out in your electric vehicle. They also plan a stricter speed limit on the highways. In the recently proposed action plan, this would limit speeds on the Autobahn and in cities, and it will cause more traffic congestion. A little background. Switzerland typically imports electricity from France and Germany to meet their power demand. But, of course, this year, supply from those countries is constrained. You may remember the European Union jumped all over the electric vehicle craze well ahead of the rest of the world, particularly right after the Paris Climate Accord. The Swiss wanted even more green initiatives besides getting drivers to electric cars. Many European countries almost immediately started making plans to ban gas-powered cars and trucks, actually making electric vehicles mandatory by a specific date. Lots of European governments wanted to get ahead of the curve and started pushing electric vehicles and pushing the people to purchase them. Of course, after the start of the war in Ukraine, some serious energy issues came up. The cutting of energy supplies just as Europe was trying to get off of fossil fuels. This is actually an embarrassing reversal for Switzerland, considering legislation to ban people from driving electric vehicles except in urgent conditions. Throughout the winter, there might not be enough electricity on the grid to recharge them. Switzerland could be the first country to actually impose driving bans on electric vehicles to ensure energy security for homes and businesses. This proposal states that the private use of electric cars is only permitted, as I said, in absolutely necessary journeys. Doctor visits, religious events, court appointments. Most of the electricity in Switzerland comes from hydropower. However, the country also imports electricity from Germany and France. If there's any issues, the electricity could become scarce in Switzerland. Energy security in Europe is considered endangered because of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. In France, the nuclear energy supply is much lower than usual, which has led that country to actually become a net importer of electricity after decades of being an exporter of energy. The French electric grid will be at a higher risk of strained power supplies come January of 23 due to lower nuclear power generation. They could face the risk of their own power shortages this winter when electricity supply may not be enough to meet demand. That, according to the grid operator that powers France. Yeah, we continue down that path. We're right in line. We'll be on that bandwagon before you know it. Wait and see. Eagle, back with us. What'd you forget, brother?
Yeah, okay, hold on, Frank. I forgot let me turn this thing on. Okay, yeah, I forgot to. Yep. Okay, yeah, I wanted to talk about one more thing tonight that I didn't go over the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's talking about good old Dr. Doom, Dr. Fauci, Steve. I don't know if you've seen the press conference that they had today with this loser press secretary where they had a confrontation with one of the reporters that was trying to ask Fauci a question. I think Elon Musk has some very valuable information about this guy, and hopefully he brings it to light about this Fauci guy. It's time that this guy paid his dues, Steve, because this guy here is not a good person, Fauci, and he's ruined a lot of lives, and he needs to pay the price, for what he's done. And I hope that they don't cover for this guy. That press secretary. I've talked to you about her before, Steve, in the past. And you want to talk about useless. You want to talk. I don't know how much money she gets paid from the government, but whatever it is, it's too much. Because this woman is, as far as I'm concerned, I've seen a lot of press secretaries go in and out of the White House over the last few years. She is at the top of the list as the worst one. I don't think you can get no worse than her at this point. She's a complete embarrassment. She answers the questions that she wants to answer, and that's nothing else. And even if she does answer the question, you still don't. When she gets through talking, you still don't understand. Because like I told you a couple of months ago, Steve, she said she talks, but nothing comes out of her mouth. That's how stupid this woman is. It's just an embarrassment. Joe Biden, he could have found somebody better than that. I know he was desperate to find an individual to do this job, but I know that there's got to be somebody in the USA that's more qualified than this woman. This is embarrassing at this point. No, this woman's, like I told you, I can't even listen to her press conferences, to be honest with you. I just turn the television on to another station or whatever, because you're not going to learn anything. You're not going to learn nothing from her press conferences whatsoever, Steve. She's not going to answer the questions that I really do. But like I said, Steve, I hope that Elon Musk, like I told the guy the other day, Steve, I hope he's not intimidated by these people. This guy is supposedly the richest man in the world. If he has information about Dr. Fauci and other individuals, he needs to start releasing this information as far as I'm concerned. This guy here, Elon Musk, he's too powerful of a man to let these people. I just, because there's no reason for him to sell out is basically what I'm saying, Steve. Why would a man with that much money, have to sell out to people? So hopefully Elon Musk does the right thing. And he's already done the right thing by reinstating Donald Trump back on the Twitter, but it looked like Donald Trump didn't take his offer.
Right.
And you can't really blame him. But, like I said, I just hope that Elon Musk does the right thing, Steve, and continues to release information about what took place with Twitter before he took ownership of it, because it needs to be known. And because some bad things went on in the last 2 years, and even when Donald Trump was in the White House with this corporation, and he needs to bring it to light. And I'm glad he terminated all those people that was working there, under the previous administration at Twitter. He did the right thing. Like I say, I don't believe in Tesla cars. I don't believe in electric cars, but I still support this man, Elon Musk, in his endeavors, that what he's doing with other things. So hopefully the right thing will be done, Steve. And like I said, the main thing is that Joe Biden and his people, try to, if Joe Biden doesn't do anything else, like I said before, at least the people need to be informed of the information on what's going on in the White House. Like I say, she needs to be terminated on the spot as press secretary. They need to bring somebody else in immediately, because this woman here is not getting the job done, and I'm getting sick of seeing her ugly face on my television during these press conferences. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know. Do we have the ability? Do we have the audio?
She actually accidentally, Alex, you mentioned the big binder, right? That if she doesn't have an answer in the big binder, there's nothing going on up here. So she's just bailing. Well, she actually, in that binder, she read the wrong answer to a reporter's question about the decision to make South Carolina the first state for the Democrats' presidential primary process. She just completely read the wrong answer and then tried to cover it up. It is a very awkward moment. Watch.
Senator Shaheen has a statement. She's apparently not coming to the ball tonight.
Oh, okay.
She's upset that the president endorsed a proposal to put South Carolina in New Hampshire, and she says that New Hampshire is now vulnerable for her party. Does the president have a response to that?
So look, we honor the Hatch Act, as I mentioned many times before here, as we are talking about a potential election, a 2024 presidential election. But looking backward, it is the ultimate irony, that the 2020 election was proven by the Trump administration's Homeland. Oh, sorry, I think I got it.
At that point, she realizes, what the hell am I reading? This is Karine Jean-Pierre that Eagle was just talking about. That was the audio from the press conference a few days ago. Yeah, she gets the question. She's got her big binder there, right? As they're explaining, she's flipping over and she's reading the answer to the wrong scripted question. And she got that far into it before she even realized, I'm not talking anything about what the question was. An angry response to President Biden's support of a proposal to put South Carolina ahead of New Hampshire in the presidential primary process. But, we all know she infamously reads the scripted answers from her big, giant binder full of notes. And so she flipped over to a scripted answer about the Hatch Act. So in other words, there is nothing. There is no response. She cannot answer anything off the top of her head. She doesn't know the answer. She has to flip to the binder. And that was wonderful. Hey, we'll be back into lines available at 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go, back at it. And, of course, lines available. Jump on in. Hey, truck drivers and motorists in the state of Georgia get another month without being charged the state fuel tax. Governor Kemp acting before the weekend to extend the tax holiday through January the 10th now. Yeah, the tax break for gas and diesel purchases was set to run through December the 11th, Sunday. So the state normally collects 29.1 cents per gallon on gas. It's 32.6 cents on diesel. So you continue to save there, even though prices nationally have been coming down. I'm kind of surprised they've extended this yet once again, but that's going to get people through the travel, Christmas travel, New Year's travel, as it goes through, again, through January the 10th. This latest extension via executive order is the 8th time the governor has acted to suspend fuel tax collections. It started all the way back in March. Lawmakers approved the bill suspending the state fuel tax through May the 31st. The governor said at the time that they were in a good position to provide a tax break because of their fiscally conservative approach and budgeting in the state. He later extended the price break through mid-July. He's then since signed off 7 more monthly extensions. Kemp said that Georgians have saved over $1 billion at the pump since the state fuel tax was suspended back in March. So that's one reason you may notice an even more distinctive price differential when you cross state lines from some of the surrounding states to Georgia there. Say, why is gas 30 cents, 40 cents cheaper per gallon across the state line? It is 844-3388 on a quiet Tuesday. Right Wing Nut, good morning.
Yes, morning, Steve, yeah. Right Wing Nut, yeah. Well, I tell you what, Christmas is coming around, and I'm going to try to get the family photo of the Nut family, Wing Nut family. Of course, it'll be with me and the other half, Lucy Loose Screw, Scrouth, and try to get her kids in there. We got Dub L Nut. We got Cross-Threaded Nut. And then we got Loctite, Locketite. That's the daughter.
That's a lot of nuts.
So, tell me about it. Whew. If it weren't for that loose screw, I'd be in a world of hurt. But anyways, so I'm going to be taking some time off. I'm not feeling all that great myself. I think I'm going to have to get me the shots and the booster. And you know what that's going to be about? Damn, I need to get rid of that cigar. Give me an adult beverage. But anyways, the 2 shots and booster I'm going to get, it's going to consist of 1 bourbon, 1 scotch,
and 1 beer.
So I guess I shouldn't give up my day job, night job, whatever the hell job I'm doing, because I can't sing for a hoot in hell. Sound like a cat getting strangled. Well, other than that, I'm going to let you go, and we'll holler at y'all next year. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to y'all, and yeah, y'all stay safe, and I'll holler at y'all next year, and we'll try to recoup what we did over the New Year's. So,
well, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to the Nut family from the Right Wing Nut. All right, so that clears things out here. What are we looking at? Top of the hour news break, about 5 minutes away, or a little less than that, as a matter of fact. We'll hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. And it's 844-3388. Actually, stepping outdoors tonight, it's not clear skies, but a whole lot less cloud cover than we've had for about a week's time now. At least can get a glimpse of the moon and a few of the brighter stars. Kind of hoping maybe 24 hours from now much clearer skies because anticipating the Geminid meteor shower peaking to Tuesday night into Wednesday morning this week. It's supposed to be a pretty good show. The Geminid's active all night long. Should boast over 100 meteors per hour if you can get away from the light pollution in the big cities. Of course, this time of year, much of North America, a lot of cloud cover. We got this monstrous storm system, which undoubtedly is bringing lots of clouds to the heart of the country. Thinking we'll probably have some of the clouds along the leading edge of that in our area by the time the sun goes down Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So it may be another bust of a meteor shower for this part of the country as well. All right, coming up following the news break, we will get more on our travelers' weather, what's happening around the country. Of course, Old Man Winter was active over the weekend in the Northeast. And folks stranded at the airports. Boston, what a mess. Incoming flights, outgoing flights, icy scenario. Hours, you mentioned hours being stuck on the tarmac. Yeah, that's what some folks were dealing with Sunday evening. More on that to come here. So we make our way into a Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The suspect in the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, is back in lockup after making an appearance in a D.C. court. The elderly Libyan man faces 2 counts of destruction of an aircraft resulting in death. An explosion on board killed all 270 on board, including 190 Americans, many of which who were students flying home for Christmas after a semester abroad. President Biden is set to host the U.S.-Africa summit beginning Tuesday. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is announcing U.S. support for Africa to be a permanent member of the G20.
It's past time for Africa to have permanent seats at the table in international organizations and initiatives. And the president also plans to underscore his commitment to UN Security Council reform, including support for a permanent member from the African continent.
Subaru is recalling nearly 300,000 SUVs over the danger of fire.
An electrical grounding bolt connected to the heating system on some Subaru Ascents may have been improperly fastened. That's why the company's recalling the SUVs made between 2019 and this year. But before you get to the dealer for a fix, Subaru recommends you park your Ascent outside away from the house and don't leave it unattended while the vehicle is running. That's the Subaru Ascent, made in the past 3 years. I'm Rich Johnson.
The official start of winter is still over a week away, but dual winter storms are hitting millions of Americans. More than 15 million people in 14 states, including Kansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, and Texas, are under some sort of winter weather alert. FTX founder and Democratic donor Sam Bankman-Fried is in custody after being arrested in the Bahamas. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Biden administration is proposing to increase its border security budget by $3 billion for the 2023 fiscal year as part of a larger government funding bill. California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna is calling for Congress to pass the funding on Fox.
The president does want to do something. Those of us in the House want to do something. We want to see secure borders and an orderly immigration process, but we need funding to do that. We need funding for Border Patrol agents.
In Michigan, the Department of Energy is announcing a $2.5 billion loan to Ultimum Cells, LLC, part of the Biden administration's efforts to support manufacturing of batteries for electric vehicles. In Detroit on Monday, Michigan Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow speaks about what this means for jobs in the state.
This is a vision that has been put together to make sure that we are bringing jobs home and investing in America in good-paying jobs.
A judge says a lawsuit brought by a former Virginia Tech women's soccer player over kneeling before games can go forward. The ruling allows Kirsten Henning to sue her coach, who she claims benched her for refusing to kneel during a pregame social justice demonstration in 2020. Henning said the coach verbally abused her and cut her playing time. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, I'd been
got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. So we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in, welcome aboard. As we're into a Tuesday, officially 13th day of December. Countdown to Christmas. Yes, indeed. As the case has been last couple of weeks, Tuesdays have been more like a Monday. We did pretty good last night, Ed. Plenty of calls. We've got clear lines at this hour at 844-844-3388. I know you're out there. I see the number of listeners on the smartphone and the Android. Hey, how about first-time callers? Love to hear from you. We got get you a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret. First-time callers. Haven't had one of those in about a week. Yeah, $60. Anything you want, go to hotshotsecret.com. But yeah, you got to dial us up. All right, we've getting the update just a matter of minutes ago from AccuWeather as what they described as a multi-day severe weather outbreak is now underway across the South. Hail to the size of tennis balls reported in Oklahoma this morning over the last several hours as a line of severe weather continues to roar across portions of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas this morning. Reports on the strength of these storms has started to roll in. While the feisty storms track through the Oklahoma Panhandle, yes, hail to the size of tennis balls or 2.5 inches in diameter was reported in the community of Balco, according to the Storm Prediction Center. Now, that's large enough to do damage to cars and even weaker structures. Just a few hours later, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour reported in Custer County, Oklahoma, as the line blew through that area. National Weather Service defines a thunderstorm as severe once it produces winds in excess of 58 miles per hour or drops hail at least 1 inch in diameter. That'd be more like quarter size hail, but all right, keep on guard. As they say, the dangerous nocturnal severe weather threat is underway. Probably going to be talking more of the same Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Now, this morning, they've got the area highlighted where we could see some of these stronger storms along the corridor stretching from about I-20 in Texas, from Dallas back into central Texas, right up through the I-40 corridor, through the eastern Texas-Oklahoma panhandle, extending eastward to about Oklahoma City, then on up toward Wichita, Kansas. Now, that's the zone where we could have isolated tornadoes, winds up to 60 miles per hour with some of these storms. This morning, coming up, of course, later this week, this same massive storm system will be focused on the northeastern portions of the country. By the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended amount of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, I think they've been breaking that down in the news updates. Heard it a couple of times this morning. Someone last evening, I think 5-7 may have suggested that maybe the Democrat Joe Manchin, might he be like Kyrsten Sinema and leave the Democrat Party? He's not going to become a Republican. I guess he kind of answered that question this past day. It's not going to happen, at least at this point in time. Because he said, I'll look at all these things. I've always looked at these things, but I have no intention of doing anything right now as far as, again, leaving the Democrat Party. Whether I do something later, I can't tell you what the future's going to bring. I can only tell you where I am now and my mindset. Now, of course, Kyrsten Sinema's move is really just, it's a title change. Technically, independents in the Senate are still Democrats. There are 49 Republican senators, there are 48 Democrats, and now there are 3, quote, independents, with Sinema joining that category over the weekend. You've got Bernie Sanders, right? Okay, he calls himself an independent. Yeah, we know he's technically a socialist, and he's going to side with the Democrats no matter what. You got Angus King of Maine. All 3 of them, if they were truly independent, Republicans would actually have the majority in the Senate, because that's the way a true independent would actually lean. Closer to the further right versus left, but nonetheless, it's just about what letter they're going to have next to their name. All right, one we haven't heard from in a while is our friend Philip there in Florida. I don't think we heard from him all week last week, and I don't recall if he said anything about if he was going to be taking a vacation or maybe he's, hopefully he's not been under the weather. But, typically hear from him about this time on any given morning. Hope you're doing all right out there, Philip, in Florida. As, again, we've got wide open lines at 844-3388. Now, we're in this contest with Russia, China, developing hypersonic weapons. Russia's tested several of these in the past year. The U.S. Air Force carrying out our first successful test of a hypersonic missile from an air launch this past Friday. It was deployed from a B-52 Stratofortress off the coast of South Carolina Friday, according to the word from the Air Force this past day. The ARRW team successfully designed and tested an air-launched hypersonic missile, first in 5 years, according to the Armament Directorate program. I'm immensely proud of the tenacity and dedication this team has shown to provide a vital capability to our warfighter. The weapon, named the All-Up Round AGM-183A, was successful on its first launch of a full prototype operational missile. Previous tests were partial, focused on booster performance, according to the Air Force. How fast does this thing go? All right, the missile reached speeds 5 times greater than the speed of sound, completing its flight path and detonating on the designated target area. As all test objectives were met, they tell us, according to the release. Now, Edwards Air Force Base in California executed the test under the 412th Test Wing Direction. This weapon is designed to enable the U.S. to hold fixed, high-value, time-sensitive targets at risk in contested environments. Yes, as I said, we're kind of playing catch-up with Russia. Our test amid reports that Vladimir Putin, Russia's Vladimir, has deployed hypersonic missiles even in the war in Ukraine. Russia has commissioned hypersonic weapons, while the U.S. has not. Putin noted on Friday. He also said, the saber-rattling claim is kind of adding a preemptive nuclear strike to the military doctrine. All right. The saber-rattling continues. Get a quick time out, and it's, again, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I mentioned Joe Manchin a few minutes ago. Kyrsten Sinema, Senator Sinema, who now says she's an independent. She's pretty much come right out and said she will not caucus with the Republicans. So what difference does it make? She made the announcement Friday, but saying she does not plan to caucus with the Republicans, which pretty much, Democrats retain that majority in the Senate, obviously. Trying to model her political approach after the renegade style of the late Senator John McCain. And she's kind of frustrated some Democratic colleagues at times with some of her overtures to Republicans, opposition to some of the Democrat priorities. But she said she's declaring my independence from the broken partisan system in Washington. Registering as an independent and showing up to work with the title of independent is a reflection of who I've always been, she says. Nothing's going to change for me. Yeah, first-time Senator wrote in the Arizona Republican that she came into office pledging to be independent and work with anyone to achieve some lasting results. I committed I would not demonize people that I disagree with. I would not engage in name-calling or get distracted by political drama. I promised to never bend to party pressure. My approach is rare in Washington, and it's upset some of the partisans in both parties, she says. She also said she's never fit perfectly in either the Democrat or Republican Party, so thus she's independent, as she says. With that, all right, I shared this story, or saved this story, I should say, from about a week ago. I kind of remember when this all first started. I can't believe all this time has passed. Yeah, we're talking more than 2 years. And Jerry Johnson still doesn't have his money back. Yeah, put yourself in his position. The saga of the cash confiscated by authorities in Arizona started back in the summer of 2020. He's the owner of a 2-truck operation known as Triple J Logistics that operates out of a Charlotte suburb. Arizona authorities seized $39,500 in cash from him in August of 2020. Now, the money, according to Johnson, he was on his way to a used truck auction to purchase a truck. Police thought he had transported on a flight from North Carolina as part of a drug deal, and they confiscated the funds. The seizure was upheld in a ruling by the Maricopa County Superior Court in January of last year, but in May of this year, Arizona's Court of Appeals overruled the lower court and ordered the money to be returned to him. But still, the state has not done so and haven't given any reasons as to why. So what's he supposed to do? What's my next legal step? Last week, the case took another twist when the same appellate court ordered that the decision be published. A legal step that adds, I should say, another layer to this rather lengthy case. As the lawyers try to fight it out in court, obviously Johnson's operations have been affected. They still haven't given me my money back, and obviously that hurts my business. What might have been just another legal dispute over the ownership of the cash has now become something rather odd. The Washington-based Institute of Justice is now representing Johnson. This is a group that represents clients that they believe are victims of government overreach. One of the attorneys with the IJ, Institute of Justice, pointing to the fact that the decision in May ordering the cash be returned wasn't published at the time. That doesn't mean the order was not made public. He said if the decision on the seizure was to have any legal standing in future cases regarding confiscation, it needed to meet the legal definition of having been published. In a short decision handed down by the Arizona Court of Appeals just a little over a week ago, the same court reversed itself. In a brief opinion, ordered the decision to be published. This decision impacting Johnson can be a precedent in future cases involving government seizure. But there's a more immediate factor, according to FreightWaves, that the publication of the May decision now puts the state on the spot. Does it take the appellate decision ordering the money returned, or take it back to the lower court that at first sustained the confiscation, or does it get appealed to the Arizona Supreme Court? Now, back in August of 2020, he said the amount of money that he brought to Arizona might have been enough to buy a used vehicle. J.D. Power, whose monthly numbers on used vehicle prices would be considered the industry benchmark, reported the average sleeper tractor sold at auction during that month, the month of that year, at $42,090. He said he was planning on buying the truck through an auction conducted by Ritchie Brothers. Now, even if he got his money back tomorrow, the latest J.D. Power survey of used truck prices now puts a 2017 model at almost $70,000, with higher prices for more recent years. It's a whole lot greater than the money that they originally confiscated. So 2 years later, he ain't got his money back. Now, they kind of recapped the case where the Drug Enforcement Bureau and the Phoenix Police Department had been told of his itinerary from a, quote, confidential informant that called for him to fly from North Carolina to Phoenix. He was going to stay less than 48 hours, and his ticket was booked less than 24 hours before the flight. Those are the things that apparently raise red flags. Maybe it's a drug-related deal. So he arrives, the flight, 3 detectives waiting for him at the baggage claim. He consented to a search. They found the cash in 2 bags. He hasn't been charged with any sort of crime to this date. But the authorities moved to confiscate the money in a probable cause hearing. He said he got the money from both his trucking business and he got a loan from a family member. His plan to fly to Phoenix, buy the truck at auction, and he thought he'd get a better deal by paying cash, obviously. Yeah, cash money. This would have boosted his fleet to 3 trucks from 2. The state's arguments that Johnson fit the profile of a drug courier. Lots of cash wrapped in bundles held together by rubber bands, and a short-term reservation with a quick turnaround home. Also, one detective testified that Johnson could not say specifically how much money he was carrying, which, now in my mind, I'd say, now that is kind of a little bit of a red flag. If you're going to be carrying large amounts, you know how much money you've got. You know, you're going to an auction, you're going to know I've got exactly $39,000 here, or $39,100, whatever it's going to be. You don't just have that kind of cash and not know exactly how much you got, or do you? I may be wrong. All right, we'll get a news break here and clear lines, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Gas prices keep falling. AAA reports the national average price for regular is down to $3.26 a gallon. That's 6 cents lower than this date a year ago. The cheapest gas in the country is in Texas, where the statewide average is $2.69 a gallon. The City of Angels has new leadership.
Karen Bass was sworn in as the 43rd mayor of Los Angeles Sunday in a historic inauguration at the Microsoft Theater, becoming the first woman to lead the City of Angels.
The first act as mayor will be to declare a state of emergency on homelessness. A state of emergency on homelessness.
Bass was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to 0. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a little bit more on the Twitter files. You know, censorship. That's the word. Silencing individuals that don't hold, well, I guess you could say the left-leaning views, right? Because it's all conservatives that had been censored. And I think we all know right now it's pretty much the reason we're not on YouTube. Censorship. Devin Nunes, who is now the CEO of the Trump Media and Technology Group, said the Biden administration appears to be using private social media platforms to censor dissent from Americans, arguing that these Twitter files from Elon Musk is exposing clearly the suppression of conservative voices through contact with President Biden's 2020 campaign and the Democrat Party. This is outrageous, he says. We're still waiting, quite frankly, for Elon to release all of these documents, and there's more that have come out since he's mentioned that. But the accusations surrounding the former FBI lawyer, remember Jim Baker? Jim Baker ended up at Twitter. He ended up as Twitter's deputy general counsel. After leaving the agency, Baker's been the key figure who's been limiting the distribution of the Hunter Biden laptop story, according to the Twitter files. Meanwhile, American First Legal revealed last week that they had uncovered 600 pages of documents related to Twitter's relationship with the government during its lawsuit against the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Included in those files, Twitter's creation of a partner support portal for government employees and affiliated groups to submit posts that they deemed as misinformation. You heard correct. The government going through posts via Twitter, and they're determining what is true or relevant or allowed to be published versus what was misinformation. Now, Nunes says he believes some of the still-to-come documents could corroborate direct government involvement. If you couple the supposed Elon Musk documents with this work that America First is doing right now, this is going to give us a pretty good flavor for what the U.S. government is doing on behalf of the Democrats to suppress freedom of speech in this country. And, of course, the latest, I guess this was the second or third drop of Twitter files, revealed that company officials actually lied to Congress with their denials that the company was shadow banning, is the term, shadow banning anyone based on their political viewpoints or ideology. There seems to be no consequence after such people refuse to tell Congress the truth, unlike there was with former President Trump, who was the subject of an impeachment hearing whenever he said anything. Have you had one of the most important companies in the whole world going up before Congress and testifying falsely about their policies? They lied it away and did everything they could to elect Joe Biden to the White House, which is why so many Americans are disgusted at the way our elections are going in this country. Now, in her post last Thursday, Bari Weiss noted that in 2018, Twitter's then head of legal policy and trust said, quote, "We do not shadow ban. We certainly don't shadow ban based on political viewpoints or ideology," which was a lie. Problem now is with Merrick Garland as the Attorney General, he's basically the general counsel for the Democrat National Committee. He and the DOJ will do nothing that hurts the Democrat Party or its allies. That means that for those of us who believe in the Constitution and the rule of law, it has been suspended to help those on the left. And Twitter will probably get away with everything they have done. But at the same time, God bless Elon Musk, because now at least we're going to know the truth. He said the company was deceptively lying all the way and had publicly changed all these policies to help the left 100% of the time. That is the tragic truth. I have a lot of conversations in our society today about people following conspiracy theories. If you don't love the vaccine mandates, I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. If you think there's fraud in the elections, I don't think that's a conspiracy. Many people are not going to the traditional news sites to get information these days because those companies have been lying to them so spectacularly. So it actually creates a society where we don't actually hold facts in common. Yet, I recall a time when Twitter representatives came to CPAC to speak with me and my team about how they use the site or how they could use the site better. This was back when Twitter was just taking off. They sucked all of us in and they lied to us. They said, we're not going to be the referee between the right and the left on policy issues. We want everybody who comes to CPAC to view Twitter as a safe place to explain themselves and to learn. And we now know that was all a lie. 17 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Where are we all at here on a Tuesday morning? Gilligan, yes.
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. Yeah, I'm driving up through almost Salem, Virginia, eating my Reezy cups. Boy, I tell you what, I think I'm about to cut back. Do you think 10 a night is too heavy? What do you think?
I think what is too heavy?
Too bad. 10. Do you think 10 a night is too many?
10 a night. 10 a night.
Yeah.
I
think that might be a little much, Mike.
It's a tad, yeah. What's the calorie content there, Gilligan? Good golly.
I don't know. I think I'm somewhere pushing 5 digits. I don't know. Well, Steve, the biggest problem we have, so many people, they look at the news through the prism of the left. They hear, well, I heard the news. I heard the news. Yeah, but these news stories leave so much out of the story. How many years has it been said that when the Republicans want to starve grandma, want to take her Social Security, take her Medicare, and all that away? But what it is, they want to take away from the people that never worked, don't want to work, they just flat out want to draw on it. It's not the ones that's paid into the system and paid and paid and paid. Yeah, they're the ones Democrats want to cut off. It's an upside down world. How many times have we heard this deal, progressive, that term progressive? Well, I'm a progressive. I listen to both sides, then I make my decision. Well, it's like this comment, or to use the independent. Bernie Sanders is the smartest thing from an independent that you can get.
Right.
Well, maybe AOC, I think they're about one and the same, It's like, I don't understand why people cannot see this. I tell you, I heard the story there talking about the Joe Manchin. I'll say it again. Joe Manchin, he'll never leave the Democrat Party. He's been a Democrat. His daddy was a Democrat. These guys, that family's been Democrat for years. And unfortunately, because of that, there's so many people in my home state who just keep voting for him for the name. Look at Strom Thurmond, 100 years old before he died.
Yep.
In the Senate. People will just keep on voting for the name, for the name, for the name. I mean, it's they don't care about what they stand for. All they got to have is that name recognition. You know, issues don't matter to a lot of people. You know, this is throughout the country. I mean, it's, you know, I look at him up there in New York. The one that got kicked out is the governor of New York.
Cuomo.
Yeah, I guarantee you, Cuomo, if he run again, he'd probably still win. But if you don't believe that, look at Marion Barry, the D.C. mayor back in the 80s. Got caught with a hooker in a D.C. motel room smoking crack cocaine, got arrested, moved from office, then later run for mayor again and won after all that. You know, it's just, people don't care. I'll never get it as long as I live. I will never, ever get it. But, oh, by the way, old Chevy guy wasn't too happy Saturday, though. Well, that's right. That's the caller formerly known as Chevy guy.
Yeah, 557, yeah. Steak sauce.
Yeah, steak sauce or whatever he's called himself this week. My Army team took it to him. Well, it took a double overtime.
Right.
A win's a win. Hey, my Mountaineers only went 5-7 this year. I mean, comes to college football, I ain't doing so good. Hey, I heard Braindead, speaking of that, bringing up the coach there at Mississippi State. Yeah, that's some scary stuff there. It don't matter. It comes to that. We all stand behind them, you know. And you just never know. You just never know tomorrow's not promised, you know. We could be here today and gone tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Well, speaking of 5-7, where is Steak Sauce tonight? We haven't heard from him.
I haven't heard from him either. Maybe he got lost down there in the swamp. I hope the alligators didn't get him. You know, he's all the time driving through that swamp down there. That's a little worrisome. You know, I got a little worried about the night he hit the tree down there.
Right.
You know, I thought, well, better not get out of the truck. The alligator's liable to get him. You know, I don't know. I hope he's all right. He's driving. He says he keeps on sending pictures of those fairly new W900s. I think he's kind of like that shoulder riding Sammy. I think he's driving up and down the road, Model R Mac or something. What do you think?
Yeah, right.
Heck, it might be a B61 Mac knowing the 5.7 there. Well, that's about all I got, Steve, and I thank you for having me back. Oh, by the way, you better watch that Ray Wingnut. I mean, I tell you what, did you see that did you see the picture he posted on Facebook? I just remembered that. I meant to mention that. About him and that old skin duster.
I don't think I saw that one, no.
Yeah, he's standing there in the fireplace. His back turned to the fireplace. Back turned to the camera. We figured it out. He's peeing in the fireplace. I tell you what, I really worry about that great Wingnut. Man, he is something else. I tell you, I'd include him in that sing-along, but he might come out with something like Cheech and Chong's Christmas song, you know, or something like that. Standing in his old lady, you know. We better keep him off the air Friday night.
Yeah,
Saturday morning.
And he needed to get off them cigars, too. His cough is getting horrific.
Oh, well, that's what happens. You smoke them Cubans. You know, he say what he wants, but I got it on good authority. He's also drinking Russian vodka, so, you know, he's something else. I don't know what. If I was Heatwave, I think I'd try to stay as far from him as I could. What do you think?
I'm with you there.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Steve, and I hope everybody has a good, safe night. Bye.
Thank you for checking in. All right. Looks like, do we maybe have a first-time caller? We'll find out in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I see Russell posted about an hour ago. He said, happy birthday, happy 97th birthday to Dick Van Dyke. Wow, that's incredible. 97. All right, yeah, he's still kicking, anyways. I got an email from our old pal, the Dipsy driver. He said, I probably should just call, but I'm also feeling a little bit under the weather. You know, wouldn't it be great if after Elon Musk straightens out Twitter, maybe he could buy YouTube as well? You know, it'd be nice if I could chat with some of my friends like Norman, Gary, Barry, and some of the others. I bet they're all listening in, and I'd like to say hello. I hope Barry's feeling better as he's fighting small cell cancer in one of his lungs. Hope the treatments he's receiving at the VA are going well. Everybody, please stay safe out there, and hopefully I'll get to call in soon. Well, I did see Barry did just check in here just a few moments ago. He's on board Facebook. He said, good morning to Gilligan. All right, good to have you with us. Would this be Jeremy? Is that correct?
That's it, yep.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Jeremy.
Hey, long time, first time.
That's what I thought.
My dad listened, your dad, and me listening to you now, and I have used the Hot Shot stuff a few times in my own vehicles, but my father-in-law's got a diesel truck, and I'm going to take advantage and maybe get him a Christmas gift and save him some money for injectors that he thinks might be going bad.
Ah, there you go. That's the Stiction Eliminator. That was the original. That's gonna. Yeah, 9 out of 10 diagnosed as failed fuel injectors really hadn't at the time. So.
Right. This is an old '96, so it's right in the wheelhouse when that stuff was first came out. So
yeah.
Do you know? Do I need to change the oil in that thing before I put the stuff in and put it in with a new oil change, or can you add it as it is?
Well, you don't put it on. You have to leave room for it. You know, like there are products that you can put on top. So you need, if you're going to use like a quart, or if you're talking a big truck where you're going to use a couple of 64-ounce bottles, or you gotta leave space for it. So it's probably best to do it with an oil change. Put the Stiction Eliminator in, then top it off with oil.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you. I just want to take a few minutes of your time up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I got your number here, and just they will text you the code to put in at hotshotsecret.com.
Sounds great. Thank you.
There you go. It's that simple, see? 844-844-3388. First time code. There's an idea. Now, you know what? we get him that code quick enough, he can probably get that order for Christmas in time to maybe have it under the Christmas tree. All right, got about a minute before we hit news break, top of the hour. When we come back, final hour just ahead, of course. Hopefully we'll have some additional callers, give you the latest. And I keep mentioning this enormous storm that's in the process as we speak of beginning to unleash blizzard conditions in the northern U.S., the severe weather outbreak in the southern portions of the country. That system has its sights set on the Northeast. Forecasters expect this enormous storm will create a spin-off system near the Atlantic coast that's likely to bury some locations of the interior Northeast with maybe a foot or more of snow later this week, as well as triggering areas of icy conditions and maybe even some coastal flooding. That system is expected to develop near southeastern Virginia later on Thursday of this week, then track just off the New Jersey coast Friday, and then finally spin near southern New England on Saturday. Now, the positioning of the storm, that's going to allow the cold air from Canada to be pulled into the northeast USA. And that's going to produce a widespread snowfall. More coming up after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is in custody after being arrested in the Bahamas. In a statement, the country's attorney general said the U.S. had filed unspecified criminal charges against the former crypto billionaire and was likely to request his extradition. He is being investigated for his role following FTX's sudden collapse last month. The news comes as Bankman-Fried was expected to testify before a House committee this week. The City of Angels has new leadership.
Karen Bass was sworn in as the 43rd mayor of Los Angeles Sunday in a historic inauguration at the Microsoft Theater, becoming the first woman to lead the City of Angels.
The first act as mayor will be to declare a state of emergency on homelessness. A state of emergency on homelessness.
Bass was sworn in by Vice President Kamala Harris, and nearly every major city official in California attended the ceremony. I'm Lance Pry.
A major winter storm that blanketed the Sierra Nevada mountains of California will bring severe weather to the plains and the south over the next several days. More than 15 million people in at least 14 states were put under some sort of winter weather alert as a result. Gas prices keep falling. AAA reports the national average price for regular is down to $3.26 a gallon. That's 6 cents lower than this date a year ago. The cheapest gas in the country is in Texas, where the statewide average is $2.69 a gallon. Last week, crude oil prices hit their lowest level of the year as global demand slipped. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills, and it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medi-Share Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees, and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Dining out is having a moment as uneven food inflation makes eating at restaurants a relative bargain compared to cooking at home. That could benefit Olive Garden parent Darden Restaurants, which also owns Longhorn Steakhouse. In its last quarter, the faux Italian icon saw sales rise 6% from last year. We'll see whether that holds up when Darden reports on Friday. Country music star John Rich, conservative commentator Larry Elder, and retired neurosurgeon Dr. Ben Carson have purchased First State Bank, Oklahoma's first and oldest bank, and will rename the financial institution Old Glory Bank.
Stock prices are inching up higher Monday as investors await Wednesday's Federal Reserve policy update when the Fed is expected to raise their benchmark interest rate by 0.5 percentage point. Consumer inflation figures from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics will come out Tuesday. I'm Lance Pry.
House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy vowed to bring the 51 intel agents who signed a letter asserting the Hunter Biden scandal was Russian misinformation to testify at a congressional hearing. McCarthy made the statement in light of new internal files released by Elon Musk, showing that Twitter executives worked closely with both Democratic officials and members of the U.S. intelligence community ahead of the 2020 election. For USA Radio News, this is Victoria Idoni.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, they tell us winter was back in full swing in the Northeast to start the week. Several states reported accumulating snow, some for the first time this season. But the picturesque landscape from Pennsylvania to Massachusetts, wasn't the only thing the storm created. Travel delays by car and by air mounted throughout the weekend, especially in one major Northeast city. Before the snow started falling in Massachusetts, a thin layer of ice creating travel headaches across the eastern part of the state. In Worcester, Mass., at least 70 crashes reported on Sunday. Sunday evening, scores of Delta Airlines passengers reported being stuck on the tarmac for hours at Boston Logan International. Many took to Twitter, calling out the airline for their excessive delays with no answers. We landed at 8:34 p.m. We're still sitting on the runway. It's been 90 minutes, said one. Our pilot is not getting any updates. The bathrooms are not working. This is inexcusable, she says. And, of course, it wasn't just arriving flights. Passengers with departing flights never even took off Sunday night. Ashley Miller said, our flight from Boston to Cincinnati has been sitting on the runway over 3 hours with no end in sight. I can't imagine. After waiting up to 7 hours, passengers were ultimately loaded onto buses and escorted off the tarmac as the airport and the airline tried to resolve the issue. The hell's going on? 7 hours. Spokesperson for Delta apologized to passengers Monday morning, blaming the extensive backup on the weather and the de-icing process at the airport. Now, here's the thing. As of Sunday evening, only 4/100ths of an inch of snow had fallen at the airport, according to the National Weather Service in Boston. Although temperatures were below freezing throughout the entire day, while the snowfall totals were low in eastern parts of the state, by Sunday evening, they neared double digits in other parts of the state. In the Berkshire Mountains in western Massachusetts, Lenox, Massachusetts, and near the New York border measured 9 inches of snow. Pittsfield, a neighboring town, had 8 inches of snow as of Monday morning. Further north in Connecticut, snowfall totals were a little bit lower. The highest total in the Constitution state was 6 inches in Avon, Connecticut, just northwest of the capital of Hartford there Sunday evening. New York snowfall totals surpassed 6 inches in a number of locations. Berlin, New York, near the Massachusetts border, had 9 inches as of Monday morning. Amsterdam, 7.2 inches of snow there. Perth, Salisbury, and Clifton Park, all near Albany, all checked in with totals of 7 inches as of Monday morning. Even though accumulations were lighter across most of Pennsylvania, several areas in the eastern part of the state still did receive multiple inches. Lakewood, Pennsylvania, in the northeast portion of the state, checked in with 7 inches of snow as of Sunday evening. The winter weather even dipped a bit further south into Maryland Sunday morning. 2/100ths of an inch of freezing rain reported in Grantsville. But as I mentioned earlier, there is more wintry weather on the way. As a storm moves out to sea, conditions are going to improve during Monday into Tuesday. But this storm, not the only opportunity for the Northeast this week. A major storm taking shape in the central states, bringing feet of snow and severe thunderstorms, is expected to lose a bit of intensity as it arrives in the eastern U.S., but could very well bring more wintry impacts once again. A disruption to travel could be a concern, toward the end of the week for some of the same major cities there in the Northeast. Yeah, below normal temperatures for this time of year, probably going to continue through most of this week, and that could set the stage again for snow, especially for the interior Northeast, and kind of a snow mixed with rain closer to the coastal areas with that next storm system. Big Sexy back on board. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I forgot. Over on Twitter, Elon, he's got them people over there going crazy over that stuff. I mean, he's just, he's showing what all went on, and a lot of them don't like that stuff being called out like that. They don't like being their feet held to the fire. They're going crazy over on Twitter about that. And on Gilligan sing-along deal or whatever for Saturday morning, I've worked real hard trying to get you to do a Saturday show.
Yeah, all right.
But I don't think, though, I'm totally against this. No way. We don't need that.
That's kind of what I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be a bit concerned myself.
I pushed for a long time for a Saturday show, but not that. No. I meant to say something about that a while ago, but no, and y'all sure don't want to hear me sing anything, so no. But that's what I had. I'm going to jump back in here before the end of the show. I'll get off here and maybe you can find somebody else to talk to. Seems like it's been kind of low on callers tonight, hadn't you?
Exceptionally for it's not a Monday morning, but it seems like every other person we talk to is like, okay, I'm headed home for the holidays. I mean, going to be off till the new year. I think Monkey Gouger did his final run. I think he called in last night. I think he's going to be out till the first of the year. And of course, your good friend Knucklebuster's out. And what, Heat Wave or
not my good friend.
What's his name? Of course, Right Wing Nut. Didn't he just say he's going to be off till after the first of the year? What the hell? I don't know what I'm going to do.
Right Wing Nut's always off.
Well, that's true.
And I don't know what Monkey Gouger's problem is. He won't talk to me, so I don't know. But other than that, I think in the Eskimo Mom on vacation this week.
I kind of wonder. Yeah, I did not see her on the stream chat where she normally checks in. It's her first night back normally.
Well, she wouldn't start till tomorrow.
Yeah.
She wouldn't start till tomorrow night anyway.
Yeah, okay.
But I think she said she's going to be on vacation this week. This week or next week.
Okay. Well.
So.
And like I said, hadn't heard from Philip there in Florida. It's been over a week since we heard from him.
No, I hadn't heard nothing from him. Steve hadn't called in tonight, has he?
Have not heard from Steve. No, I mean all of our regulars, everybody out and about, absent. Some of them under the weather, I guess. But all right, Country Bumpkin is on board. Just checked in here a few minutes ago via Facebook from the Home 20. He said, "I've been under the weather." That flu bug thing, it's just, it's everywhere. He did say, "I'll be back on the road tomorrow." All right, hope you're feeling better there, Country Bumpkin. Good golly, 15 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's pretty wild. Somebody sent me a quick memo. I mentioned Dick Van Dyke, 97, according to the post I saw a few minutes ago. Somebody said Bob Barker, 99 yesterday. Wow, 99. Let's see. Hello to Truck and Phil. Good morning, Semper Fi. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yes, this storm that's going up and under the country was possibly going to make it to Detroit, but they said, nah, it doesn't look so much like it's going to anymore. Kind of looks like we dodged the big one this time as far as a big winter storm in Indiana and Michigan. So either way, we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Have a great weekend, everyone out there. Only 12 days till Christmas. 19 days until 2023. Thank you very much. Truck and Phil, safe travels out there. Hello, Cap and Ron. Oh, we didn't hear from you on a Monday. What's going on?
Well, I was out here. I just didn't call. I don't know. It was in one of those moods, I guess. But I figured I'd give you a call. And still haven't heard no intelligent caller, so I thought I'd better call in.
That's good. That's good.
But I did. I did have a solution for that Indianapolis detour, though, for that 20-minute shutdown.
Yeah.
Why don't they just make it even 30 minutes, and then people can have their breaks right there while they're shut down?
That's an idea. Yeah, that's an idea.
See, I told you I was smarter than Doc Holliday. I ain't got a whole lot. It's 55 degrees here in Florida. I've been thinking with you getting sick now, with you being a senior citizen and all, I know how you feel about the COVID vaccine, but I would highly recommend the flu shots and the shingle shots and the pneumonia shot.
Yeah.
Yep. I've gotten all of those. I get a flu shot every year. I've never been diagnosed with the flu. I've gotten sick, but I've never been diagnosed. But I've gotten my flu shot every year since I was in the military. I got out of the military in '83, but I get my flu shot every year.
Mm-hmm.
So far, knock on wood, I'm feeling all right.
You know, I think I'm trying to think back. When I hit 50 years old, I started saying, I'm getting a little older. Maybe it's time to get a flu shot. And I think I've said that every year since then. Still haven't got one, you know?
Well, and you still smoke, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I I mean, that adds into it also. I mean, you know, you don't want to mess around with bronchitis or pneumonia with any of these, so I'd recommend all of them vaccines. And I know you don't want shingles, because I've heard stories like Horse Feathers was talking about last night about his friend that had it on his eye.
Yep.
I've heard of stories like that. I guess I'll be one of the only ones out here between Christmas and New Year's, it sounds like. I don't know what days we have off for the holidays yet. They probably won't tell us to the last minute. I don't know why.
So how do you plan ahead to know what you're going to do for the holidays if you don't know when the heck you're going to be off?
It's so frustrating. You have no idea. I mean, you can't plan no vacation, you know, early in the year. You know what day the holiday's going to be on, and I just, it doesn't make any sense to me. I've been here I've been on this run right now for 10 years. The same run every day. But I don't know why they can't figure out what the holidays are going to be.
Wow.
It's just mind-boggling. But anyway, been here too long to change anything, I guess. You know how that goes.
Yes, sir.
I'd find something different if I had to, but I don't want to go out looking for it. I'm too old at this point. I'm older than you are. Not by much, but a handful of years.
We ain't getting any younger, are we?
No, we're not. So, that girl that went independent, what? I mean, you vote for them people to be in office, and then they switch parties. That's kind of, I don't know, not too kosher, is it? It doesn't seem like.
Well, technically, like she
You know what
said,
I mean?
yeah, I mean, she sides with the Democrats. She's been a Democrat. I mean, although she does voice some opposition, it was her and Joe Manchin that did actually play a role in kind of shutting down that massive stimulus package or spending package earlier this year. They had to go back to the drawing board.
Right.
Remember, they were wanting to spend another $1.5 trillion. I think they ended up cutting it down to $800 billion or something. But yeah, those two, she has at least tried to do something about reducing the spending, the out-of-control spending. Did you hear yesterday the deficit exceeded $31 trillion?
Yeah, it's insane. You think that'll ever come down?
No. Yeah.
Not with these Democrats.
And look,
So-
and the interest rates are going up, so I mean, just paying the interest on the debt. Yeah, you hear them saying that it looks like they're gonna tag another 0.5% on the interest rate here in a couple of days, the next Fed meeting. I have to look up the numbers. Just the interest payments alone to service the national debt is absolutely mind-boggling, as he said. All right, let's see if we squeeze another in before we hit bottom of the hour news break. 5-7, haven't heard from you this morning. Were your ears ringing?
Oh, family called me, and I was talking to them this morning. They just needed somebody to talk to. But I still got you credit because they called me while I was on your program, so I believe it's still showing me on your, watching your shows. Hopefully, I've still got you the credit for that time. Real quick, forgot what I called in for. Old age again. But, I will touch on what you just said from last night about all this money. They're cutting the check for the unions. I ain't staying out of that issue. But to cut this check, for 2 years they've been cutting checks. And I'm thinking, during Donald Trump's time, we were already being told that we're paying. We're moving quickly into a point where we're paying on the interest only, and China quit buying our debt, so now our Fed is buying that same debt. We're buying our own debt. You know what? We don't have to pay. Yeah, they keep cutting the check. We got 2 more years of them up there cutting checks. Guess what? We don't have to worry about paying that. Our children ain't going to have to worry about paying that, and they're going to feel it. And our children and our great grandchildren are going to have to pay that, or start paying on it. And that means that the economy will be shot clean. I believe they're going to say that the baby boomer generation was the most evil generation ever in the United States. They were handed a bucket of gold, and everything they passed down from that bucket of gold is a bucket of manure. And that's the truth. I mean, it's a shame that what we believe in our kids. I mean, it just all because for some reason life has been easier. Oh, real quick. Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson had the video from those employees at Twitter, and I mean, it was showing elaborate meals. They never had to leave the building. I mean, it was all like going to work at Disneyland, probably easier than Disneyland. I mean, it was fine meals, and they didn't say much. Several different ones saying what it's like to work here. Well, guess what? I do believe we might have some more conservatives in the making, because now them people are going to, where are they going to go? They're laying off over there at Facebook. They're laying off into other places. So guess what? They're going to have to go out there and find real jobs. And I think when they find out what it's really like to work for a living, they might rethink their liberalism. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail and wait for that notification come early morning, tomorrow morning. How about it?
All right. If all goes according to plan, we will be here. So look forward to that. All right, interest. As interest rates continue to rise, the federal government is spending more to service the national debt. Yesterday, Monday, according to the Treasury Department, according to the latest statement, the United States made $103 billion in interest payments on the debt in the first 2 months of the fiscal year, which started in October. That, my friends, is an 87% increase from the $55 billion it spent in the same period last year. That's because the interest rates, you see the impact, and from here, where do you think those numbers are going to go? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The monthly federal deficit was a record-setting $249 billion in November, $57 billion wider than the same month last year, as Republican control of the House puts the government's finances back in the political spotlight. A case gone cold for 34 years may finally see justice.
The suspect in the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, is back in lockup after making an appearance in a D.C. court. The elderly Libyan man faces 2 counts of destruction of an aircraft resulting in death. An explosion on board killed all 270 on board, including 190 Americans, many of which who were students flying home for Christmas after a semester abroad. I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now.
to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me get back to the big debt numbers. Fiscal Times is the website. Who just passed a said, well, welcome to what promises to be a jam-packed news week. Starting with this morning, Tuesday morning, we get the inflation report for November. Oh, boy. We get a House hearing on the collapse of cryptocurrency, or should I say the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, which their CEO, the former CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried, was supposed to testify. Now, of course, he was arrested by Bahama authorities yesterday. I'm assuming he'll still be able, because it was going to be testifying like via video or whatever. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds or if that changes. Also, of course, the Department of Energy, as we shared earlier, plans to announce what has been called a major milestone in fusion research. All that today. Then Wednesday, the Federal Reserve expected to again hike the interest rate. This time, a 0.5 percentage point, Oh, that's a little more modest, right? Yeah, we've had 4 straight 0.75 percentage point increases. Yeah, the Fed Chair Jerome Powell slated to hold a news conference that could provide some further indications about their outlook. And, of course, Congress faces a Friday deadline to extend federal funding and avoid a partial government shutdown. Yeah, so they're scrambling on that deal right now. Government funding expires Friday. Appropriators are working toward a full-year spending bill. Yeah, reportedly, they're billions of dollars apart on non-defense spending for the year. Now, I know most Republicans, I think most, are kind of saying, hold on here. We're not going to pass. We're not going to shove through a full year spending bill for 23 because there's way too much crap, the Democrats' pork barrel spending that they've got inserted in this bill. Let's wait. Let's just pass a short term. Let's give it I guess if they passed a 30-day, continuing the current budget for 30 days, get into January and get into the new Congress, and Republicans would then kind of hold the purse strings, right? And they could scrap all this BS spending. They do say the two sides have agreed to about $858 billion in defense spending. That's about a 10% boost over last year. They've made some progress towards an omnibus spending package, enough at least for Democrats to hold off on plans to unveil their own version of the legislation and a fallback full-year stopgap funding measure. Still, with little to no chance of a full-year spending package, Chuck Schumer said yesterday senators should be prepared to vote this week on a 1-week extension, a continuing resolution to keep the government open and buy negotiators more time. That's more like what they're expecting. But, I don't know, what's 1 week? Realistically, why don't you need to make it a 30-day, just be done with it, and let the new Congress take over. But, of course, Chuck Schumer doesn't want that. Democrats want all their extra spending. Money, money, money. It's only money, right? Hillbilly Tex checks in here. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. Hey, I just wondering, did they find that whale that swallowed that Sputnik over yonder in the ocean? I heard a whale swallowed that Sputnik. They can't find it.
No, whale didn't swallow it there, Tex. Come on.
Oh, well, I didn't see no pictures of it. I didn't know how big it was. I didn't know if it was as big as a jar of peanut butter or a Volkswagen. But I went to that North American Sputnik Association channel yesterday, and I couldn't see nothing on. All I seen was it took off over here, and I never seen it come back or nothing. Yeah. I just kind of wondering about that.
Well, you gotta get on the internet and find. You got plenty of videos there of the Sputnik, and they were actually recovering the capsule yesterday.
Okay, well, I guess the urine tubing ain't worth the hoot that I got then, because that's where I was at, on the urine tubing. Hey, now, Steve, let me ask you a question. How many of them folks over in North Carolina last month lost their power because of that fella shooting them things up?
I believe it was 45,000 at one point at the height.
Well, now, it took them about, 2-3 weeks to get some of them going?
Well, it took about, it went out on a Thursday, I think a little less than a week. Most of it was back up by the next Tuesday or Wednesday, last Tuesday, Wednesday, so.
Okay. Well, I just wondered, how many of them folks had them electric cars couldn't plug them up and and go nowhere? Was they
guarantee-
just stuck at the house?
I guarantee there were plenty of those.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That many people, surely somebody had an electric car they couldn't charge up. I guess they'd have to ride the lawnmower to the gas station or whatever, but to the grocery store. Now, it's been a pretty interesting show. What callers we had. I thought it was the moon shining out there, but it was the bat signal. So I figured I might ought to call in and hoorah with y'all a little bit. But, yeah, it's going to be kind of lonely around here next week and a half or so.
That's what I'm thinking.
I guess I'll wait after the 1st. Yeah, buddy. Well, I just thought I'd call and hoorah in. I guess I'm the most intelligent caller called in tonight. That's my opinion only.
Somebody's got to claim it. Somebody's got to take the claim. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off I-75. There you go. Daryl is on board. Hello, Daryl. What's happening?
Well, I wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. Be my last chance to get to wish you a Merry Christmas.
You too, huh? Really? Are you going on a vacation or?
No, me and my wife have had some health issues, so we're sticking close to home. But I used to pack up the family and go to Paragould, Arkansas this time of the year, about a 500-mile trip. And I've gone through snow and that white ice and black ice and every other kind of ice trying to get across the big Ohio River and the Mississippi River bridges back down to northeast Arkansas this time of the year. I always enjoy hearing Big Sexy call in because I used to read the Jonesboro Sun and the Paragould Daily Press when I went home.
Is that right? Okay.
You was telling me about the man who passed away that was the broadcaster over there on 55, and my wife brought me home a biography of Crosley that I'm going to be reading over the holidays. And I was thinking about all the big names that came from Cincinnati area. We've had some good people from this area.
Oh, my, yeah. The
Clooney family and Roy Rogers, and I think Clint, all the guitar picker from Nashville was born here. And you was talking about the national debt. There's about $12 trillion in IRA funds that have never been taxed that I think the Congress looks at with hungry eyes, and there's $62 trillion of estate value that this age will turn over to the younger age. And I think that they will tax that heavily whenever they get the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
But they raised the Social Security by about 8%. I just got my letter this week, and I wondered where in the world did they get the money to raise Social Security 8%?
That's all based on the cost of living increase because the interest are because the inflation's gone up. Yeah, so much over the past year.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's
last year I asked my congressman to send me a copy of the federal budget. And when I got it, I looked at it, and it was about $1.5 trillion short. And I said, well, this is not a balanced budget. Where'd they get that $1.5 trillion? Well, they borrowed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a lot of money to borrow. Went down to the bank to get a little loan to buy a rental house this week, and my loan rate was 8%.
Wow, I mean, yeah, you could get mortgage rates for almost for like what 2% here not that long ago.
Oh, I've gotten them for $3.25 is the cheapest I got them, but they had some big loans that they were under 3%.
Wow!
But now then, when you walk into that little bank, it's 8% to get a home loan,
and it's going up again this week. As soon as they jack that another half a percentage point on, it's just going higher. All righty. Well, Daryl, good to hear from you. If we don't get to hear from you again before Christmas, the new year, Merry Christmas to you and the better half, and hope your health does better. All right. Hillbilly text, the Orion spacecraft. It is not the Sputnik. He probably doesn't know what to search for. If he's on YouTubing, you got to type in the Artemis mission or Orion spacecraft. It is in the belly of a ship right now. It's actually in the well deck of the USS Portland as the ship begins its trip back to the U.S. Naval Base in San Diego, where engineers will remove Orion from the ship in preparation for transport back to Kennedy Space Center there in Florida for what they call post-flight analysis. Upon successfully splashing down in the Pacific Ocean west of Baja California Sunday, about a little before 1 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time, flight controllers at NASA's Johnson Space Center there in Houston spent about 2 hours performing tests in open water, gathering additional data about the spacecraft, thermal properties after enduring the searing heat of re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere. Recovery personnel also spent some time collecting detailed imagery of the spacecraft before beginning to pull the capsule into the USS Portland's well deck. That process involved divers attaching a cable, a winch line, and several additional tending lines to attach to the crew module. The winch was then used to pull Orion onto a specially designed cradle inside the ship's well deck, and the other lines were used to control the motion of the spacecraft. A recovery team consists of personnel and assets from the Department of Defense, including Navy amphibious specialist and Space Force weather specialist, engineers and technicians from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, Johnson Space Center in Houston, and Lockheed Martin Space Operations. So it's actually expected to arrive at shore today, the 13th, and they're going to offload the Orion capsule on Thursday of this week. That is the plan. Oh, and speaking of the Johnson Space Center, TNCRadio.live coming up here in short order. Today, it's going to be a busy day weather-wise. Days like this, Tom wants to remind drivers TNCRadio.live is there for you. You got to see some rough weather. Keep you up to date on the latest in traffic, weather across the country and Canada right after the overnight drive here this morning. The latest episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman. This week talking about what you need to do when you realize you can't change other people. Then a special episode of Truckers Life Radio. Lots of drivers out there, lots of truckers love motorcycles. Ron interviews Peter Kay, talking about the love of motorcycles, trucking, and Christianity, and how all three blend together so well. You don't want to miss this one. All coming your way on TNCRadio.live.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, nothing like waiting to the last minute there, huh? Oh, Horse Feathers, where the hell you been?
Yeah, I had bosses out running tonight, so we had conference call safety meeting tonight, so involvement of that.
Multitasking, in other words.
Yeah. When the boss is out working, he makes sure he fully accomplishes everything he needs to do for the month. So, but anyways, hey, did you know the number is 844-844-3388?
I think I've shared that a few times tonight. Yes.
Yeah. So anyways, I heard earlier there, because I was kind of listening to the show off and on there in between the breaks of the safety meeting, and I heard you talking about the snow up there in upstate New York. My mom was saying she had 7 inches of snow, and she lives there about 10 miles west of the Massachusetts line, a few miles south of where I-90 runs across there through from back from 87 on over to Massachusetts. She kind of lives off the B2, what they call the B2 exit, the Berkshire Spurs section of the New York Thruway, which is still I-90, which goes on to Massachusetts and Boston and all that, but nobody probably really cares.
Did she say Did she say she's anticipating getting buried maybe later this week? They talking about that on their local weather? I mean, they're saying maybe upstate New York could see maybe a foot of snow.
Yeah, we didn't converse that far into what was coming along. They were still out there shoveling up, cleaning up. They said that the ground was still warm enough that you shovel snow off, and as soon as you get down to where the sidewalk was, it just started melting because the ground was still above freezing. So it didn't take much, and the sun was starting to come out. So, but I guess the way it was kind of sticky snow. So even like the tree branches and stuff still had 3-4 inches stuck in them there. It wouldn't, it wasn't just a powder or something that went down through the tree branches. So it was kind of an ugly snow, I would assume. And anyways, I have a lawsuit to preside to you, Your Honor. Are you going to officiate for us this lawsuit? I got a $900 billion lawsuit I'm waging against here. Copyright infringements.
Uh-oh, who we suing now?
We're going to sue Gilligan and that GMA whatever Cheat You Right organization there. We got copyright infringements there because the only music allowed on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio show here is sing-along old truck driving songs with horse feathers, and so we're going to have do we do this with a jury trial? I mean, do we get jury to come in and a hanging jury? Can we get a rope and everything so we find Gilligan guilty? We find a tall tree and all that, short piece of rope. Yeah, how does this all work, Your Honor?
I think the best we could do is maybe run them out on a rail.
All right. Well, maybe
don't want to be can't be too violent.
We got that sauce guy there that was in the Navy. There sings with that group there, the YMCA group there, and maybe we can get him out on a boat and make him walk the plank. How about that? Can we get him to walk the plank?
That would be okay. Yeah.
So, all right. So, but anyways, yeah, no copyright infringements there on "Sing Along with Horse Feathers" old time truck driving songs. It just won't work. Anyways, I don't know what else we got. Hey, I did see one thing on the news last night, and thanks to Tex for reminding me. Talking about these electric cars now with this Save America infrastructure thing that they did. I forget the exact name of it, but anyways, they got a $7,500 tax credit if you buy one of these electric vehicles. Did you see the catches that are involved in being able to buy that electric vehicle and claim that $7,500?
I think there's so many stipulations that most people or most electric vehicles don't qualify.
Absolutely. To begin with, you have to be within a certain income range to start with. And then the vehicle itself has to be made by it has to be assembled or put together with like 40 or 50% American
U.S. components.
Made in America.
Yep.
And the batteries have to use materials like 40% of the materials had to come from the United States to make the battery. Now wait a minute. Where are they mining off?
The batteries, they're all. That's right. Most of the batteries, I don't know. Are there any batteries made actually here yet?
The only one I know of is that place that they're putting up, down there in Tennessee or whatever they're supposed to
I know they're working on building several plants to make the batteries, but I don't know that any of them are actually currently being made here in the good old U.S. of A. So, most of them do not qualify. All right. Well, thank you for checking in, old Horse Feathers. Good to hear from you last minute there. 28 million people at risk for severe weather today as the energy from this storm translates eastward. Line of storms is going to gain intensity and the risk for damaging impacts will become more widespread. Storms will have the capacity to produce damaging wind gusts, hail, drenching rain, and tornadoes through Tuesday night. So we'll have all the latest on that when we come back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,